tiny time travel message for people watching in the future. In this strange twilight between go live and first sits I with my coffee, got my Cosmic Crowbar shirt on. Well, got my Cosmic Crowbar staff shirt on. Yeah. So, dear VOD watcher of the future, I hope you're doing splendid. And then the games begin. Greybeard, first! How are you doing? Watto and welcome, Verdant Flow, Watto and welcome. Friends, heroes, Vikings and villains, greetings. I've got coffee, I've got a yearning for adventure, and yeah, 'tis the last day of February. So the first tally wall is up. And Greybeard, I can confirm you're in joint second with Ultrazini. J-Boss and Chaunerist are in joint second, and it looks like our first Don Matrick hat-trick goes to the Bacon Avenger. So yeah. I hope you're all having a splendid morning. I've been catching up on the hot sheets, and I continue to just want to scream, did no one else check Embracer Group? Were we the only people? But that's another story. Oh, beans! I forgot to get the controller cable. I'll have to go and fish that out in just a second. So the Dice Goddess, afternoon, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it? Lance, greetings, fearless, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, how are you doing, you lovely mother hobbits? I'm Wolfgrad. Hello, hello. Yeah, forgive me while I'm multi-track drifty. I'm just making sure I haven't missed anything in the hot sheets. I mean, honestly, at the moment, the user-focused sites are all about Final Fantasy, and the industry-focused sites are all about yet more of the Casa del fuck around and find out that is Embracer Group. Dice, as a fellow pasty pale person, I completely understand your challenge. I got a fucking umbrella for GDC 1 year, and I make sure I'm wearing something with a hood. And yes, Lance, Toys for Bob is independent. Did they disclose how much they purchased themselves for? I think I saw that earlier. I know Saber Entertainment spent 500 million. Yeah, Saber Interactive bought their independence with $500 million. Oh, it bloody might be. Apparently, Dinobot only works 4 days a week. Jammy bastard. A Harper indeed. Watto and welcome. Hookshot, greetings and hello. You're entirely welcome. Sorry it wasn't more cohesive. You got me kind of right at the end of the night, but I love the naming convention discussion. Captain Hillian, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. But no, Lance, you're entirely right. We need to celebrate the wins when we get them. Oh, silly Airman. Dinosaurs can't be union. They could be chicken nuggets if they want, and that's it. Oh yeah, no. I just, so not to go too far behind the curtain, Hookshot, but with those kinds of discussions, I'm always thinking about, like, if you have to pitch to an exhausted, like, 50-year-old white guy across a table, it's like making his money-addled brain have to do less work is always a plus. Indeed, Morricade, watto and welcome. It is time for an absolutely normal trundle through the Pacific Northwest. I've been fucking chomping at the bit to get back to this today. And I didn't spit fire at people over the weekend for getting this game wrong. Ah, Dustin, that's way better! Fuck. In fairness, this is still my first coffee of the day. I couldn't think of a good pun title. Because, like, What Became of My Summer Car was very good last week. And all I could think of was SCP Engine Light. It's like, because it is in itself a strange cryptid. The Engine Light makes no sense to me. But I knew Great Punnage was close. So, with your permission, Dustin, I'd like to upgrade the title.
I was supposed to meet my partner at the gym today, but they never showed.
No.
I don't think we're going to work out.
Fuck. For a brief second there, I was like, oh no! How sad. Like a lovely little gym date. That's... Yep. Got me. SCP Cartainment Breach. Top tier. Top tier. Sorry, Hillian was just saying that they knew a YouTuber that said they were going to drive X kilometers in My Summer Car per sub. We used to do My Summer Car as a party game. Back at, I think it was my flat in New Zealand. I had my PC downstairs because I didn't really have a PC desk, so I just used the kitchen table. And it was close enough to the telly that I could just hook it up with a Steam Link. And so what we did is we had one person sitting playing it and everyone else watching them on the TV and heckling. So funny. Because there is a game, the less you know about it, the more entertaining it gets. I'm kind of saving it. The Vanishing of Ethan's Car. That's pretty fucking good. Actually, Dustin, I like that one better. I like that one better. Because the previous one was What Became of My Summer Car. There we go.
Got my COVID shot, now preparing for that fever with jello and peanut butter.
You got this. You heckin' got this. And yeah, Hillian, you have been dethroned. Akira Zero takes the Eldom now. What will you do with this power? I often think about the fact that My Summer Car is a fascinating sandbox game in that you can take it as seriously or as mimetic as you'd like, and the game respects you regardless. Like, it's not a clever game, it's not a smart game, it's not trying to say anything, but if you treat it like a meme, it behaves like a meme. If you treat it like actually building a car from scratch that you then drive around, it's like, cool, alright, this is how an engine works. Oh, Akira Zero, your decree has been noted in the great annals of time! Oh, Dustin, we'll have to save that one for the next session. Oh. And Lance, that's lovely to hear. That's lovely to hear. Vanderbeast, I didn't say hi. Thank you for filling the pint glass. That's fucking cool of you. You heckin' legend. Right! Friends, passenger princesses and Vikings, what-ho and welcome! We're going back to the absolutely normal Pacific Northwest for a total, regular and safe drive. As I was saying earlier, I definitely deserve a cookie because I did not spend the weekend yelling at old white guys who don't understand this game. I was getting real frustrated with the amount of people being like, well, you can't save your game mid-run. Like, yes, but you can pause it. And you can tweak it so that it's not a survival game. You can tweak it so it's just a story game. Oh yes, and thank you. This came in, I think, either yesterday, but I didn't get the chance to open it till this morning. But this is not just my Cosmic Crowbar shirt, this is my Cosmic Crowbar staff shirt. Yeah, some fancy shit. But for those of you who hadn't seen it, Dustin's pun of avant-bard also got turned into a shirt, which is brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Actually, yeah, Vernflow, we could stop at Pike Place, get some pierogi, some mini donuts, watch all the white families look at the cheese being made. I still don't understand that, but it is what it is. Square Peg, Watto, and welcome. Well, Angelos, come on in. Allow me to tell you of this quirky and strange indie game that you have clearly not heard of. Oh no, but Vernflow, we can absolutely avoid the gun wall. Unless you're playing Gunwall Tackle, which is the nastiest high-risk game that you can play in Pacific Place. It's basically like a full contact sport where everyone tries to be the last person to touch the gun wall. No, the gun wall's fucking heinous. Lance says, oh, there's a bed and breakfast near Lake Nut. However, you say that. As the best omelets, we can stop by there, and I'm sure there'll be no horrors beyond feeble comprehensions. Ugh. I can't wait to find out what new and horrific things are going to fuck up my day-to-day. No, actually, I genuinely am looking forward to playing this. Oh, Dustin, I've just mentioned the avant-bard shirt, because that's this one is here. So... But this was the first one I opened. So, our little Cosmic Crowbar can stare you all dead in the eyes. And Jamami, yo, kick back, relax. While I do enjoy the company and the conversation, friends, ultimately it is my job to entertain. And Fred, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. We're going to be driving around in a car and getting into mischief. It's going to be great. No, it's going to be real good. Captain Stephanie Barnes and a Valkyrie. Valkyrie is the house. My word. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, I don't need more coffee. I should have made another coffee before we got started, because I don't have my cable and I don't have more coffee. I really want to get one of those like old-timey thermoses for when we're playing this. Okay, Fred says, it's my job to entertain. I'd like to order high-concept drama. Okay. Fred might be turning this into some kind of strange, unhinged improv session now. Okay, so for high concept, we need high stakes. What are our high stakes? And Vernflow, we could stop by the first Starbucks, which certainly is a place that I've been to. Fred says we'll start with the highest stakes. Will is out of coffee and there's no way to heat up more water. Cold brew that shit. Fiona showed me how to potentially do cold brew on a budget. Oh no, and Angelo's honestly, like, the first Starbucks is just a tourist attraction. Like, it's kind of cute that you make your order at the door and then they buzz the cups overhead. It's kind of cute, but now the roastery, that's the kind of like the Willy Wonka's coffee factory. Okay, sorry. welcome to this train of thought. How many of you have either heard of or read up on the Glasgow Willy Wonka experience? Because it is giving me fucking life. If this is somehow news to you, don't worry, because it's not really important in the grand scheme of things. But in Glasgow, there was an advertised Willy Wonka experience to go along with the new Wonka movie, which honestly feels like some kind of like Disney tier, I don't know, revisionist history of Wonka, but that's another story. The advertising was rife with AI art, and the event itself was about 2 Oompa Loompas more than a DashCon ball pit. It was a gigantic, semi-empty warehouse. It cost 35 quid a head to get in, and it was gloriously disappointing. And I've just been dining out on it. Like, no offense to the friends that have raised Sproglets, but there's just something about knowing that these families had an incredibly disappointing experience that just gives me life. I don't know, maybe it's because I recently started looking up Chessington World of Adventures from my youth. Good old Bubbleworks, but God, it's so bad. Honestly, if you need a chortle, look it up. I cannot recommend it highly enough. It has been giving me life today. Children in tears because of how bad it is. They called the police, the British police, on them for how fucking terrible it was. All the people involved in the pop-up event have come forth. Sorry, all the actors hired saying like, we got our scripts and stuff the night before, we had no idea. So good. Yeah, no, Lance, the Oompa Loompa meth lab is just it's the stuff of legends. Like, the mimetic nature of internet culture means that sometimes a little moment will spark. And that moment will spark and catch fire across our collective consciousness. But this isn't a spark. This is a fucking oil vein. This is a naturally occurring gold mine of memes. And I love it. Well, actually, so Edwin, it doesn't surprise me it's a known grifter, but the AI-generated books, that's a scam that's been running on Amazon for quite a while now. If you've ever been bombarded with those, here's how to make passive income on Amazon, like spam ads, that's actually the maneuver. You get AI prompts to write you a whole ass book based on controversial topics that don't have a lot of support, and jobs are good. Where was it? Dan Olsen did a whole ass video on it. And Jemima, you weren't mishearing things. The Oompa Loompa Meth Lab from Glasgow. So Edwin, like, shit's on fire. Shit's tough and shit is bad. I'm not trying to downplay it, but, you know, I try and focus, at least moments like this, I try and focus on the good. Like, one, in times of yore, a terrible knockoff, rip-off Glasgow attraction is something we never would have heard of. And now we can see it in glorious high definition. We can see the disappointed looks on children's faces. We can see the Oompa Loompa Meth Lab.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
And Hookshot, thank you kindly, friend. So yeah, if you cast your gaze into general, Lance has found the picture for us. And I love it. I love it. Oh yeah, sorry, but Vanderbeest, you're right. It was gig economy grift, but if you swap out the paying a ghostwriter with AI generation, it's the same grift. But anyway, global communication has brought a lot of problems for us all. but we've got to take those little moments. As somebody said earlier today, we've got to take the wins when we can find them. And as we were saying earlier on, like in games industry stuff, there has been some good news. What is it? Saber Interactive, the peeps who've been trying to make the Knights of the Old Republic remake, have bought themselves from Embracer for like 500 mil, just casual. Toys from Bob has also done something similar. No, I can't find the... sorry, Toys from Bob, I can't find how much they spent. But... well, Captain Hillian, we did talk about that yesterday, but you are correct. And it's not so much they got control of control, but I didn't realise that 505 had put up enough money that 505 had the IP. So, I mean, good on them. It means that Alan Wake has done well enough that Remedy can now own all of their little pieces. Well, so Edwin, this is what makes me think, I don't know, all the different Wonka movies are different like attempts to try and, I don't know, sanitize Wonka. In my heart of hearts, that is the Willy Wonka gift shop. That is what it looks like to work in Wonka's hellish chocolate hell. I mean, he has Oompa Loompas building stuff for him. Like, Willy Wonka is not a good guy. He kills children. I love it. OSHA, Dice Goddess, OSHA have just been paid off. Numbers coming in with the shocking hot takes. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's good. I will say, if you are looking to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and don't know the arcing plot points, honestly, just avoid consumer sites at the moment. Kotaku and a few others have been really fucking bad for putting up just like shonking great big spoilers. Okay, now I know Kotaku and a bunch of others are garbage, but I try and check all the hot sheets as best I can so that you don't have to. Vern Flow, yes they were. But however, I do deserve a cookie and or mini muffin today, because I did not get into an internet spat about the history of Roald Dahl with people last night. You know when somebody's, I'm going to say a complicated individual in history, someone that is by no means just air quotes good, and wanting to yell at people, just read the wiki article, gets a little tiresome. Anyway, aside from... So aside from what we were chatting about earlier, Vampire Survivors has a new update that has added achievements. So those of you that have been resting on your laurels, able to avoid Vampire Survivors because of that nice completion, I'm sorry for your loss. If Balatario and others weren't already consuming your life, well, GG no re. Oh, well, so, Numbers, the only critique I saw of Final Fantasy Rebirth, which is one of those critiques that I feel only comes from people who review games for a living, is that apparently there's a lot of game. And at a time where we're all broke as hell I like hearing that. Like, look, I'm not one of those dollar amount to hours kind of individuals when it comes to calculation, but like, the ideal situation when revisiting a classic game is being able to flesh out all of it, being able to add to all of it. And I love that. No, Lance, and I'm not dissing on the review sphere. There's a group of people that have a terrible, terrible time right now. It's just that's the only critique I've seen of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But no, it's a strange day in the games industry, but it's not all bad. And some days, friends, we can't really say fairer than that. It does seem like what's going on with Gearbox is very up in the air, and it'll be interesting to see how that one shakes out. But now that we know that basically Randy's been rubbing himself raw making the fucking Borderlands movie, I guess we can understand why the biz dev side has been well off. So, hopefully... Because, sorry, the thing that really struck me about this whole thing was that last year, year before, when Embracer Group starts eating everybody up like Pac-Man, I did that thing I do where I get a bee in my bonnet and I'm like, fuck, alright, I've got to know how this is happening, right? Because Embracer Group came out of nowhere, and then suddenly I'm like, meow, 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 meow. So it took us a couple of days, we did a little bit of research, and we found out that, yeah, they have a lot of money because they're able to basically borrow money based on their stock valuation, which someone with more financial understanding of, like, I believe the Netherlands, of where they're based, would be able to tell you how they're able to do that. But the TLDR being that means that for as long as Embracer Group shows strength in increase and growth, they're able to continue borrowing and continue buying. So long as nothing makes them seem like they're on a down spiral, they'll be fine. Then the Saudi deal went like fucking south, very publicly. And then suddenly there was like, Wah! Like, what kind of, I guess what's pissing me off about, you know, teams like Gearbox and stuff like that is that they signed up for that big fucking paycheck and either didn't know or didn't care enough to go, boy, this sure is shaky ground, you know? Like, look, I understand things are scary, not just, you know, from the arsehole publisher side where they're like, oh no, we're not making enough money, but like, the cost of just existing has gone drastically up. So a lot of indie studios have had to be like, nah, we're not making enough to be able to pay our people. We got to shut our doors. You know, that is also a thing that is happening. Like, these two things are true. So I could understand teams like Double Fine shoring up with Microsoft and being like, look, we'll just hide under a big old umbrella and like try and wait this out. Like, I understand that, but like, when it comes to business, you've got to do your research, you've got to do your due diligence. And, you know, if I found out that the organization that wants to acquire the Longship was based entirely on sand, it might make me a little hesitant. You know, what's the first thing you do in business? Where's the money coming from? Sorry. So I'm trying to be empathic with a lot of this, but, you know, now we understand that basically Randy Pitchford fucked off for like a year and change to go make the Borderlands movie. Like, yes, there were directors and stuff, but he was there on set day in, day out. He just wasn't fucking paying attention. So yeah. I do have friends that work over at Gearbox. I am worried for them. I hope the few that are still hanging on make it through, you know? I'm rooting for all my friends who still have jobs. But... well, so Earthman Dave, the news today is actually slightly more positive. Teams are basically buying themselves back from Embracer Group. But the TLDR of it is... The TLDR of it is that the Longship, a small Twitch stream that floats on the recesses of the internet, somewhere between, like, unhinged indie consumer and games industry burnouts, our little sphere was able to be like, that's a bad idea. I don't know. Maybe nobody else cares as much as I do. I still think that Savvy Games Group did Embracer dirty on purpose, but I have no way to prove that. Thank you, Wolfcrad. Captain Hillian, I don't have high hopes for the Borderlands movie either. Again, by finding out directly how much control Randy Pitchford had. God, he's the fucking Garth Marenghi of video games, I tell you. But that's another story. A lot of people have been talking about the Helldivers 2 GM, which, on the one hand, I'm very excited for, but on the other, it's that thing where you've known about something industry-wise for fucking ages, and then suddenly, due to a spark or a success, the rest of the industry is like, Will, did you know about this thing? It's like, yes! Apparently none of you played Helldivers 1. Sorry, a lot of people have been comparing it to like a Dungeon Master or what have you, and it's like, no. There are overarching story beats based on very, very generic faction movement elements. But it's not the Blackout Club, right? And Fred, you know what? I bet whilst the Borderlands movie has been going on, the creative teams at Gearbox have probably been having a great time. Distract Randy with the jingle jangle of keys. Well, that's the problem, Banner Beast. It's not even Randy Pitchford's Shark Palace. It's Randy Pitchford's Wizard Castle. He bought the Wizard Castle. That's not even a bit. It's not even a bit. Wish it was. Favor 6. Watto and welcome. Well, so Fred, I think that's a tip of the iceberg thing. I think the smut on Randy's flash drive, that's just the stuff we saw. That's the stuff we know about. Oh, Vanderbeest, Randy Pitchford's Shark Place rather than Dark Place. Okay, no, I see what you were doing there. Sorry, it gave me a chance to yell about the Wizard Castle, so it's fine. Anyway, like I said, today's more positive than negative, and I think it's really important to remember that, you know. Like, we don't have as many wins in the industry as we should. We deserve more wins. So, it's a good time to celebrate it. I do want to warn you all that, by the power invested in me by your lovely selves, I do have a copy of Indie Game the Movie. Sadly, I can't stream it on this twitch.television, so we may have to have a private bevies and nonsense kind of night. Dice Goddess, I did see there's a new Discworld game. Fingies crossed. Again, I'd still love a crack at it in the video game space, but... Angelos, yeah, those were the days. We also got to see Prometheus and The Hobbit, which was good. Charlie! How did that summon you? Now, what I will say is that depending on how our group rescreening of Indie Game the Movie goes, there's actually like an additional like hour and change of Where Are They Now and deleted scenes. So there's air quotes DLC for it. Can't wait. Right, friends, I'm thinking we settle up in Discord, we make a bevy, and just enjoy. I don't know, like, joking aside, like, Indie Game the Movie was very, very good for one thing, and it showed, like, the cost of what it takes to make a video game, like, by yourself or with a friend. Like, it is now pretty well understood. Making games is fucking hard. And making games as an indie individual requires a lot of life. And sometimes that cost is too high. And I think that's really important, like, that little bit of empathy. But the rest of it, holy fuck. Wolfgrad, yes, that was the one where Fez was one of the prominent titles. And Indie Game the Movie is probably what led to old Mr. the Fish burning out proper industry side. Oh, Huffer says some of the DLC includes... Well, no, so it was a GDC panel about about JRPGs during the height of the JRPG-ness. And we've talked about that a lot. Like, obviously it was a shitty comment in a shitty panel. But it was an interesting time in the industry where the shift from the Japanese games industry setting the pace had shifted to JRPGs becoming a saturated genre within themselves. To MP, Watto and welcome. Yeah, and so honestly, like, I want to sit down, when I say cocktail, I mean a Will and Tonic, and just hang out with you all this weekend. I don't know when we'll do it. We could do it Saturday, because we don't currently have anything super on the docket. Angelos, you're throwing me back to the old days, but yeah. Like, look, I've met Phil one time, he was a knob end. That's about it. Like, I don't really have a lot to say. You know, can't judge a person on one meeting, and one of my personal toxic traits is that when people quit the industry loudly, I'm kind of fucking done with them at that point. And I know I shouldn't be, right? But you can leave the games industry and not quit the games industry, do you know what I'm saying? It's like, every time I have to read something from old Cliffy B, I'm like, fuck off, mate. Fuck off. And I'm not saying that's necessarily good, that's just where I'm at. But yeah, I've been meaning to sit down and rewatch this because, you know, it was such a strange touchstone of a moment. And a lot of the things predicted by it, and a lot of the discussions after about the indie-pocalypse turned out to be very wrong and bollocks. But anyway, sorry. So Chorby, Watto, and welcome. How come we're getting you this early on a Thursday? Shouldn't you be? I couldn't think of anything funny. I was going to say, shouldn't you be, you know, throwing a child from the top rope Hurricane style? Didn't work. I got nothing. Lance says we've got Cliffy beef. I have Cliffy beef. This is not something that you'll need to follow me on this opinion quest, but let's bring in some smooth jams. I chatted with him not long after he put together not long after the public announcement of Boss Key and his push towards Lawbreakers. And if that guy had less ego, he would have been able to steer that studio to success. A lot of the failures in Lawbreakers were failures on a management and on a, I don't know, dictator tier creative level. Lawbreakers didn't fail because the stars didn't fucking align. It failed because of hubris and a poor management. And that cost friends their jobs. You know? I don't owe Cliffy B any niceties because of that. You know? I understand running a studio is hard, but sorry. And again, as I said, this is personal beef, but sometimes if you are the creative lead, you've got to get out of your own fucking way. You know? Sorry, if you're the studio head, you've got to get out of your own fucking way. Like, I guess this is just for me and Angelos, but the one thing I've thought about a lot as I've moved into more independent circles and dealt with more different kinds of studio heads, Tim Heaton fucking had it, right? Like, I'm not saying Tim was a good bloke, but I'm saying he was a business bloke and he played clever. And that's what you need from a studio head when you're hiring. Once you reach the point of hiring over like 50 people, you've got to be the creative individual. And Edwin, the Lawbreakers was a great big mess. It was a great big mess on so many levels. And a lot of those were like creative lessons we'd already learned. Now, Angelos, I know what you mean, but I've encountered so many different kinds of studio heads now, and Tim was definitely one of the better ones. I'd say probably Tim Schafer is probably like the golden standard. But that's another story. Yeah, Fearless. I think... Yeah. You all know what I mean. I don't want to dig into it too deep. Creatively, Lawbreakers made a lot of mistakes that other people had already solved. You know, in the world since Team Fortress 2, if you're going to make a Team v Team shooter, there are fundamental rules that have been found to making an experience that is good. You can't just ignore those because you're Cliffy B. Alright? It was just, what was fascinating was to see that all the mistakes that Brink made as a product, Lawbreakers made the exact same mistakes, and then went up against Overwatch. Sorry. Anyway. After Lawbreakers stacked it, Cliffy desperately tried to put together an 80s themed battle royale shooter with frightening speed that did not get traction, and then the studio shuttered. That's the story so far. Oh, excuse me. I'll get a muffin in a second. Maybe some more coffee. But anyway, there's this state that, especially Cliffy is in. There's not too many people in it that I really do despise, which is like industry commentators that have no stake in the industry. I know Mike, good old Pactor used to be very like that. I don't know what happened to him. But these individuals that like to talk in great statements that get an editorial written about any comment when they themselves aren't in the shit. They have no lines in this play. And yet. Okay, sorry. We're not gonna put any whiz on the pot to boil. Definitely gonna need more coffee. GDC cometh. I do not know how I'm going to be this GDC. I got one day where I have to be a proper professional, but my anarchic Molotov swinging self is definitely getting there to probably going to end up yelling at somebody in the finance sector. God help any of the AI grifters, because my my usual polite temperament I might have run out. And Dice Goddess, no, it is going to be lovely, all right. Like I think it's going to be a kind of group therapy session. I think there's going to be a lot of all in it togethers. Yeah, Legend, I might need that on a t-shirt. God help the AI grifters, because I fucking won't. But it's definitely more coffee o'clock. Sorry, I appear to have blinked out into space. Well, I'll tell you what, let's get the game going, because at least I can offset my lack of forward-thinking brain with just getting the car ready for a run. And I can inform the world as to our intent. Oh, I've got to get my bloody cable. And apologies for... I'm trying not to let the negativity of the current state of things drag me too far down. You know, it's fine to indulge in the rage and the hot piss boiling intermittently, but you know. And I'm not saying we need to ignore the bad, but we all have to take a certain bit of responsibility for our own mental health. We can't let the darkness drag us too far down. Like, the interesting thing, bringing this back to Indie Game the movie, the interesting thing that I saw after that was all these discussions of the air quotes indie-pocalypse kind of crushed a lot of people's spirits. And little did they know, indie games were actually about to get fucking flung into the stratosphere. Like, friends, I was mad at No Man's Sky for years. I was mad at No Man's Sky because it was an indie game that Sony put its whole ass, like, marketing machine behind. And then its release, it was a whole palaver. That's not something we need to restate. This isn't a rock throwing at Hello Games kind of conversation. But I was mad at No Man's Sky for ages because I thought that we couldn't get back to a point where an indie game could get that level of support, that level of coverage. And I was wrong. Like, right now, the sky's the limit. The planet's given us a whole bunch of troubles. The financial sectors are definitely providing massive challenges, and we're going through the fucking ringer in mid to large size studios. But in terms of people wanting games, in terms of games selling, damn it, Fred, that's way funnier. In terms of games selling, they're doing fucking brilliant, right? And again, you can't necessarily manufacture the lightning in a bottle, but at the same time, when we're being told how terrible and bad things are, you know, Balotaro made $1 million in like an hour. It's fucking yo. The indie bangers have been coming out one after another after another. Like, and they're selling as well. Like, you know, we've often I've been using the term from The Expanse, but yeah, right now we're definitely in the churn. Like, the industry is changing, and the big publisher the big publisher studio model can't survive this. Not unchanged. A lot of people have been saying, like, you know, this is how everybody gets unionized, and I completely agree, right? No, Vernflow, Viking a bottle. That's the Viking's Blood mead, which I love. I don't know, but friends, like, I'm gonna need to make another coffee in just a second, because you can probably all tell I'm really struggling to grab that point and wrangle it into a way that makes more cohesive sense. I'm just trying to say that we're in this situation where games can do so fucking well. And while the news is definitely centered on basically the death of the old way, you know, this isn't the Atari crash, right? Consumers want video games. There's a base fucking line. People are more interested in good games than ever before. Like, it'll be a while before we have any, like, actionable data rather than anecdotal, but here's something I'll put forward. Baldur's Gate 3 moved the needle. Not for RPGs, but for games. The amount of people I know who are fucking obsessed with that, and that was their foray into things that aren't just casual throwaway experiences. Baldur's Gate 3 has consumed the lives of friends in a good way. And once that comes to a close, like, once people are in a mindset where they want to explore what the art medium has to say, gonna find some fucking cool shit, you know? So yeah. And Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. Alright, as I said, let's get loaded in game. Let's get our little car all set up and ready to go. We'll do a few runs. And so, Angelos, one thing I've been thinking about is on a lot of these discussions we've been having, and the industry reception to Pacific Drive has been fascinating. And you can definitely see the divide between, like, the old guard and that which will arrive. Alright, Chorby, go crush some dreams. Go scare some kids. To be continued, friend. To be continued. No, so over the weekend there were a few people that made some just dumb fucking takes on Pacific Drive, and some of them were industry friendos, and honestly drove me up the fucking wall. But didn't start internet fights about it, so go me. Very proud of that. And sometimes I have to remember that, you know, the fading perspective of old white men is not my problem. Sorry, I don't mean to be... I said I wasn't going to be fighty, is immediately fighty. What I mean is, like, I put in a lot of time and effort to be able to stay current with games. I don't just mean by playing them, but by understanding them, right? And there are a lot of people in the industry who have been very successful, who have reached a stage where they don't feel they have to put in the time to understand games as they are. Oh, sorry. Let me just hide the Elden Ring death counter. I don't need that reminder hanging over my head. What the fuck? There we go. Sorry about that. The death count was up to 75. For the record, Godric the Groper, or whatever his fucking name was, old Hanzor the Toucher, was less lethal than an entire ass cave. So, fucking yo, I guess. Oh, I've been waiting to get back to this. Right.
Come on, listen now. Can we walk on common ground?
There we go. Get them beats going. Vernon, have a lovely rest of your day, and as always, it's lovely to chat. Oh, you know, and Angelo's, I knew, it wasn't something that needed me to dive in and start, like, swinging fists. It was just, it was a very important reminder that there are so many people in our industry that have a voice but don't understand games, and we have to be careful that the loudest voices aren't regarded as the absolute truth. That's something that I've become acutely aware of. I don't know. Without like just shit talking people personally, I don't really know how to continue this this conversation. We got our bright orange car. I think we've got some. I need to go get my controller. We've got some stripes. I think we can paint on it. I've got a flaming clutch handle. We do have that one wonky headlight, which I'm not a fan of. I'm gonna level with you. The one wonky headlight reminds me of It's Always Sunny with the eye patch with an eye painted on. I don't like that. But we'll get to it. I did stop painting it with just bright yellow. But okay, let me finish my thought. But again, on a positive note. Pacific Drive.
What do you call it when you can't sleep and just eat all night? Insomnia.
You proud of that one, Favor 6? You proud of that one? Firstly, it's not called Insomnia. It's called Midnight Cheese, and it's awesome, and I won't have you besmirch my night cheese, alright? But before I go grab the cable and pour a coffee, what I wanted to say on this was that Pacific Drive is a very specific kind of experience that trusts you to make it how you want it to be. And the reason why I got so mad and so grumpy at all these crusty old white fuckers was because they never checked the menus. They never went, oh, what's this over here? Oh, look, I can change the tumble handling. I can change camera assistance. Wait, I can turn off damage? Yeah, you can turn off damage and play a death. You can play this like a walking sim if you want to. You can play this however you want it to be, as easy or as difficult as you feel it should be for the experience you want. It trusts you to tweak this to make it feel how you want it to. Alright? And I love that. But to the uncurious, why would you check the gameplay settings? You're, a games industry bellend. You've always known what's right and brilliant. Yeah. And so that's where a lot of my my teeth grinding comes from. Because there used to be a running joke in the industry, which is whenever a white guy sits down in front of a game, they'll never check the controls or the options. They'll just complain it doesn't work. And I've seen it many a time. I try not to do that myself. But that's a whole other kettle of monkeys to unpack. Anyway, as I said, it's positive. This game is doing good. It's 3,000 reviews on Steam, and hopefully climbing. And there's nothing else like this. It's just brilliant. God, yeah, Favour 6, we can get into that, something fierce. But yes, so friends, I must apologise for taking a break this early. I'm gasping for another cuppa. And then let's get to it. I think our current one is just to explore some more parts and hoard some more goodies, so I can think of some nice little conversational nonsense. So Greybeard, you're absolutely right, and the NoClip Archive has been putting up some archive footage from like the late 2000s, early 2010s, when like the Spike TV style of Dude Bro, of "Don't worry, I got this," was coming on in. Oh, that is still something that permeates some of the upper management of various places. Okay, we can wail on the past in just a second. I'm so sorry, friends, I'm gasping, and I'll be back with you all in just a second. All right. While that's pouring, I'll just leave the BRB needs tea up for a second. Oh, bugger, I need the cable. Wouldn't think I'm a fucking professional, would you? Oh, lordy, lordy. Okay, there we go. Dustin, I saw. I mean, that is a quote. that is a hell of a quote. Okay, so whilst coffee is pouring on positive notes, like I said, one, this game is doing fucking brilliant, and it is lovely to see that all the bangers that have been dropping in the beginning of the year are none of the things that the industry told us we wanted. Like, I can't help but notice there's no big live service games kicking off in 2024. It's weird that. It's almost as if that whole area has been saturated. It's so strange. It's so strange. God. Like, I love seeing Helldivers 2 doing well. Like, again, I am happy to put my hand up and admit that I was wrong in my predictions on that one. And the reason why I'm so happy to see it is because Helldivers 2 is chaos incarnate. It's brilliant. I did see an interesting article on it about how the people who are air quotes grinding Helldivers 2 are kind of missing the point, and I do think that's something that I find myself thinking about a lot, like the correct way to experience games. And by correct, I mean to get the best emotional experience, not the playing it your way is wrong. Helldivers 2 isn't a game that one should grind for. It's not about levels of number go up. It's about glorious chaos, super Earth, and managed democracy. Favor 6, it's pouring. So it'll be ready in right about now. Also, gonna have to thank Angel Kalina again when they're in. My double death brew is getting me through this week, let me tell you. Oh yeah, no, Fred, you're correct. It's not Super Earth, it's Super Earth! Yeah. And like, Angelos, I understand what you're saying. For some people, video games are a thing that you either win or lose. And that's okay. I wish there were more ways to expand upon... I wish there were more ways to expand upon those people's, repertoires. Trying to show them that victory isn't the only outcome. And especially with Helldivers 2, like, it is a game that is at its best when things are going stupid. Playing those kinds of games with people that are very, very heavy into quarterbacking, which I haven't thought of a better term for video games equivalent, but yeah. You know what I mean? But quarterbacking is a term I learned from board game friendos. Oh, just got to visit the friendly dumpster. And it basically means where, while you're playing a co-op game, one player just ends up being in charge all the time. Oh yeah, it was from you, Fred, sorry. Where you're not actually playing it like a co-op game at all. What you're playing is what somebody tells you to do. And that's not fun. That's not fun at all. Oh yeah, I got my little go-kart wheel and my angry little face. Got our pride flag rocking. Yes! Let's fucking go! No one knows how cool we are. Okay, there's enough tunes for the moment. Alright. Transfer materials, we got a spare saw. So we'll probably need that. Let's make sure the boot's all loaded. We can start planning our next adventure. Okay. So Morricade, with quarterbacking, it's basically one player starts just telling everybody what to do in a co-op experience. It predominantly comes from board games where it can start to feel like if you want to achieve victory in things like Pandemic Legacy, there's a right way to play. And whoever is the most experienced player can end up just telling people what to do, removing their kind of agency in the space. I have seen some high-tier Helldivers 2 play that seems to fit into that category. And it was kind of a problem when it came to Magicka back in the day. To Colours Stormfer, Watto and welcome. But yes, so with early Magicka it was a little bit of a problem because Magicka really shines when everything's going fucking wrong, right? When things are exploding and stuff gets silly. But there are also correct ways to cast certain kinds of spells. Well, so Dave, that's kind of what Caffeine was saying. Is like, quarterbacking is different from, like, squad operating. Like, when you are the captain of a ship in Sea of Thieves, cohesion and working together is a core part of victory, right? That's just good cooperation. MMO raids can very much be a case of like, all right, there's a right way to get this done. Let's bring it together, which is fine. I'm saying that in games like Helldivers 2, where it's at its best during chaos, that is the point where a concise way to play can remove the ridiculousness from it. Oh. So, Colours, thank you for asking. I had my second cup of coffee. I've got a muffin. And we're about to head back out on the road. Yeah. Well, so Morricade, it's one of those situations which it's very easy to convey from the outside, but discussing it actually from within the video game's own logic is very much easier said than done. Now, Fred was saying that quarterbacking applies strongly to turn-based games. Yes, where you have an action and you are told specifically what you should or should not be doing. Why are you beeping at me? Why are you beeping? In this 3-part lecture, I will. Feckin' hell. Facts, mates. Got that. Okay, so I believe at the moment what we just need is more stable energy to progress forward. I find... sorry, if you didn't see last week's one, I've been obsessed with this game. I love it. But one of the things that completely threw me for a loop, because I guess I wasn't paying enough attention, was the fact that there's actually multiple tech trees. So I spent the whole time trying to work out how to make steel sheets and circuit boards. Wasn't able to do that. Wasn't able to do that. Now, it is worth mentioning that with discussions about group play and how users interact and what the ultimate goal is. Now, this does come into different play styles. Like, playing efficiently rather than playing silly in certain games can be very, very fun. It's just acknowledging the titles where the chaos is the fun, right? And Fred makes an excellent point that in those kinds of titles, well, I mean, again, Fred was specifically talking about board games, but if you are the person who is being quarterbacked, it's not fun, because basically your agency in the space boils down to do what you're told or wrong. I actually think like dynamic things like the AI director from Left 4 Dead and stuff like that are a really good way to mix that kind of stuff up. Because if everything gets too sanitized, the title can be like, you know what, let's fuck this shit up. Okay, Lance, have a lovely rest of your day, and to be continued, friend. Oh, sweet coffee. Honestly, friends, I should have got like a old-timey thermos. If I see one next time we're thrifting, I'm getting one just for this. Oh, I need to learn how to make stable headlights. That was it. Okay, so we just need a run with some stable energy. I want to keep chatting, so I'm going to pick one of the more stable environments to head to next, so I can hoover up some goodies. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, so what's this? Oh God. All right, so that's extreme conditions. We haven't been there yet. Oh wow, there's no peaceful directions at all. So we can try heading out to here. See what it gets us.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Hey!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Jackie, that's very kind of you. You managed to give us up to Shaker Maker. What when your shakes need to be made? Okay. Yeah, no. And I wouldn't call them... I would call them very mimetic. How do I unselect that? How do I remove my route? Wait. Oh, okay. So we have to go that way. I guess our scanner charges limit, like, planning, so I kind of fucked up there, but don't worry about it. It's fine, it's fine. Ultimately, I wanted to head out here because this appears to have, like, loads of buildings and, nonsense flavors. Okay. Got crowbar, got hammer, got food. Alright. No, Fred. You were there last time. When I mocked this game, it smacked me down. I faffed, and it cost me a lot. But yeah. Got jumper cables. You know what? Flare gun, you're not needed. Like, I'm sorry, flare gun. Honestly, I'm gonna stash the fuel can as well, because we're not going that far. And I think later on, once I can get like stuff on the side, I can stash more fuel. And Jackie, didn't we talk about that prior? Like, I don't think that's a thing that you've got to necessarily worry about. Jackie was saying there's a third-party tax-checking company that Steam uses. I believe so, and I believe that's how they report what people make on Steam. So it's like, to my understanding, that's not a company that you have to interact with. You're still responsible for your taxes in your region. But for the money that goes through Steam, they have a company that is reporting what they make and what they do. Okay. J-Post, the car goes good. We've got a cool little go-kart steering wheel. I've got this rad-looking gear shifter. It's dark, and I've yet to unlock sunglasses. We're just out basically to hoard as much as we can in the way of resources and go from there. Alright. And ultimately we're heading here. I don't want to risk it for a biscuit with the additional conditions. Fred, we need goodies! Okay. God, I fucking love this game. I'm already a sucker for a diegetic UI at the best of times. There doesn't seem to be too much in this area, so we're just gonna grab what we can. The fucking weather in this game is so good. Well, so Jackie, Steam absolutely charges sales tax based on region, but that's between them and the consumer. Oh, no, fuck off, fuck off. It's heckin' windy! Got down trees, creepy fucking... I'd say it's good to be back, but that would be annoying.
Holy moly, you kidding me right now? Oh,
What?
You saw it too, didn't you? Tell me you saw it too.
You saw what?
What do you mean, what? Hallucinations, like the ones from 1961.
Fuck off, fuck off, bunnies!
Like blinking your... Wait, you didn't see it?
I was in a total blackout. Colossal Cappy fried my systems.
Fucking
Because
bunnies!
the driver head first into Cappy didn't work out like you said it would. Big surprise.
Spare me, Francis. The driver's alive and your remnants verified. Isn't that all you wanted? Now, why are you two yapping about the mass hallucination?
When Cappy amplified the remnant signal, it triggered another hallucination event. But it only lasted 3 seconds this time. And not only that, we picked up that its source was northwest of us. Specifically...
Yeah, somewhere in the deep zone.
That's impossible. It's been
40 years.
This is not going according to plan! Fucking bunnies. We're in the middle of a storm, they're talking about hallucinations. It's fucking windy. Alright, where are we? Alright, we're on the right track at least. Put it into park, turn it off.
And that's not all. This hallucination wave that triggered, we picked up its waveform. And it turns out it's equal and opposite to the remnant's waveform. They're paired signals. It means they're related. And what's more,
oh,
if we
fuck
bring
you!
that car to whatever this mass hallucination source is, we have a chance of nullifying the remnant and breaking its bond with the driver. A simple destructive interference.
This is insane. After all this time, we find a remnant, a lead on the mass hallucinations of 61, and a possible way to free the driver? Pinch me, Francis, because this is the best thing that's happened in decades. Just when things were getting dull.
The remnants. It was a key to the mass hallucination. This whole time.
Yes, and you nearly destroyed it.
I need to go.
This is huge, Princess. We have so much work to do.
I know.
I'm not feeling confident about everything they are saying. Just gonna level with you.
Stay safe out there. We'll report back to you once we've gone through all of this data. There's a lot of it. And be careful. Oppie's not in her right mind, okay? So, watch yourself.
I'm just gonna grab this and run. We need as much of this energy as we can get, and this stormy ass bullshit. Not great. Come on, leave my car alone! Damn it! Stop it! Pull this lowrider shit with me. Let's get the fuck out of here. There is nothing to be grabbing in this area, apart from bad times. Alright. This was a dumb place to go. This was Camelot, it was a silly place. Fucking bunnies turned off my windscreen wipers. I bet they adjusted the seat and everything. Fucking wankers. You know what, I'm not even going to risk it for a biscuit. These shacks aren't worth the amount of my life they shave off. I mean that emotionally, not in game terms. Dead end, do not enter. Psh. You're not the boss of me. So Jackie, I'm just, like, I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm just, like, loads of companies operate internationally via Steam, and I'm curious as to why you're having so much trouble. Because, I mean, I didn't know that they automatically sent your sales tax stuff to the IRS. That's cool. Saves you some fucking work. But, like, when you sign up for a developer account, I don't know. Something's really hinky going on here, and I haven't encountered anyone who's had this problem. But yeah, so jumping back, so Captain Hillian, No. So this game is incredibly Stalker-esque. The best way to think about this game is that it's basically like Roadside Picnic, the video game. Ooh, okay, we've got a couple of nice little clumps of places to go. So let's hit this area first. And then we'll try and sop up these. Just do like a nice big like loopity-loop. Because I want to hit this block here and this block here. There's a store up ahead, lovely. Ah, gas station, love it. Ooh, some kind of, I don't know what that is, like a research tent? Lead shielding. Lead shielding, no fielding. Because no doubt we'll need lead shielding for whatever heinous stuff we come across later. Oh, I forgot to bring the fucking vacuum cleaner, didn't I? I also forgot to make that, the feckin' vacuum. The vacuum. Well, all I can say, Jackie, is that whatever is going on there sounds very, very strange. The other thing that's interesting is usually when dealing with the biz dev side of Steam, they're a lot better at responding. So again, this whole thing strikes me as very, very odd. And apologies for having to fumble around in the dark on this one. I don't want to drain the battery, but I can't see shit for shit. Alright. Ow! What was that? Or was that just me bonking myself on the head with the fucking back door? Because that would also make sense. I'll take this with regardless. Wait, why am I... Here's the thing. Why am I not just driving up to the bloody pump like a grown-up? Like I said, Numbers, I'm glad you're having a good time with a friend, you know? Alright. Just gotta just gotta fucking remember to get us a flashlight or something. I can't see shit for shit. Just gotta back the car up so I can see the fucking diner here. Don't even worry about it. It gives everything like an eerie feel. Alright, you're right. I've got flares. There's flares in the car. I can just use those. What was that? It's like fabric just fell from the fucking sky. I'm sure it's fine. I think it might be what's left of some Helldivers. Alright, so we've got a wrecked car here. Some stuff back here. Bogro! No, I'm gonna close that back door. For some reason that makes me nervous. Oh shit, does anyone want any coffee? Oh, so Yeti, no, there is the option of like hand lamps and headlamps and stuff like that. I don't have enough energy to get it researched. See if there's anything to take from this. Can always use more scrap metal. So Ice Grid, did you play Helldivers 1? Because the mech suits were a pretty big deal on that one, and a great way to squish your friends. God, I will say Favor 6, it's starting to feel that way. I've read a lot of articles and seen a lot of varying flavors of nonsense saying like, man, Helldivers 2 would be so good if it was like a movie or something. It's like, don't make me come over there, please. Where is all this fabric coming from? Making me nervous. Okay. Alright, let's plan our route. The Washington State fabric clouds. Alright, so we want to hang a right and then a left. We'll hit this little anomaly spot and go from there. I should say like a research spot. Fabric land. There's a little bit of good scrap here, but I don't know if I should risk it for a biscuit. No, you know what? Fuck it. We need the fuel. And these cars seem to be in semi-good nick. More flares as well. Hopefully as the sun starts coming up, we'll be able to actually fucking see something. Alright. Emergency fuel tanks are filled. think I saw a truck there in the... Here we go. Oh, it's just a fuel tanker. We're good for gas at the moment. Alright, let's grind this mother hubbard up. Yes, Isocrit, what and welcome. Hello, hello. Lovely to see you. We're careening around the accurately modelled Pacific Northwest, getting to varying flavours of nonsense. Ah, I can't make that a scrapper. Stripping cars parts, getting all the good shit. I also am trying to continue our good banter as we're hanging out and moving through this. There's something about being in this world in the dark that makes me nervous. And that's entirely what this game is going for, right? Like... Oh, beans! Fuck! 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 Bastards. If you want to try to work out what happened there, basically those zoomy fuckers just caused us to go like Mark 3.
Because I'm doing mine.
There's the fucking zoom stones. Those cheeky bastards. Ooh. Just quickly check the pneumatic tubes. Sorry, and Favor6, thank you for the biz, friend. I do want to continue the banterific nonsense we have going on. I'm just a little on edge right now, that's all.
I'm here to spread managed democracy for Super Earth.
Oh, it's the head librarian. What and welcome. Oh, beans. Just continuing our Pacific Northwest adventures. How goes it? So to those of you who've just joined us, we've been nattering on a few topics today. I've been trying to keep it on some of the more positive elements, although I did been dunking on a few named characters. But they know what they did. What the fuck is that? Just gonna inspect it real quick. What the fuck is this? A spike puddle? Of course! How silly of me. I should have known that was a spike puddle. Had all the hallmarks. Sorry, and Favor6, I completely understand what you're saying. With me, I am very much looking forward to putting some hours into Helldivers 2, but I'm going to do it with the right people. You know, I've talked a lot about this with varying games, but, like, sometimes who you play with is as important as the experience. And... oh, that sounds terrible. You know, we did talk a lot about how... oh, God. With some titles... with some titles, you want to make sure you're not binging it for the sake of... Oh, sorry, binging it for the sake of. Sorry, that was the end of the sentence. For... One of the things that kind of got us on this conversation earlier is that Helldivers 2 is one of those games that you shouldn't, or at least in my humble opinion, you shouldn't binge too hard. Mainly because, like, once you get to the point of just grinding for the sake of number go up, you're kind of depriving yourself of the ridiculousness of it. You know, it's one of those games that eventually you'll be sad that there's no more to play. Fucking spooky ass shit. Beans, did I just throw my crowbar? I did. Good work, Dingus. Good work. Ooh. Turns light bulbs into chemicals. I'm sure that's not dangerous at all. I think we were in an anomaly. I don't like that. Sorry, it hit a point there where we started getting crispy, and I'm like, I don't think there's an anomaly storm nearby. Isaac, I'm amazed you're surprised. Like, we've had like a bunch of people who've been fucking loving Helldivers 2. Oh yeah, no, and so to the head librarian, that was honestly one of the reasons why I didn't think Helldivers 2 was going to work. And I am wrong, I have admitted that. But it was because, like, the change in perspective I felt was going to remove so much of the ridiculousness. You know. And I felt it was such a departure from Magicka and its brilliance that I was like, yeah, there's no way this is going to work. And I was very wrong. I'm okay with that. I'm not one of those individuals that has to be right all the time, you know? Sorry, friends, and again, I apologise for not being an exceptional conversationalist right now. I'm on fucking edge. We've never been this far out. We're encountering anomalies that I haven't seen before. I'm fucking nervous. If you haven't seen Pacific Drive beforehand, it's basically a... Well, Pacific Drive is what you want it to be. At its core, it's kind of a survival game where you survive a Stalker-esque, anomaly-filled, post-apocalyptic landscape that is forever constantly shifting. But instead of surviving it with, you know, shooty gun bang and extreme violence, you survive it thanks to your possibly sentient station wagon. That one seems to be glowing. Okay. Searching through these old abandoned areas is, I'm not gonna lie, pretty fucking spooky. So I do want to talk about Helldivers 2, and I do want to talk about the chaos in co-op. One thing that's been really interesting, if you want to take any kind of industry lessons from it, is both Payday 3 and Nightingales have been really struggling to find their footing. And it has been really interesting seeing those struggle versus Helldivers 2's massive success. And I do think that is predominantly based on the fact that Helldivers is about the chaos. It's about embracing the ridiculous. You know, it's not about succeeding. It's about having fun. Oh, I'm gonna need to make more of these buggers.
Drive be upon you.
Get to fuck. Gear Graphic, thank you kindly. Watto and welcome. Don't like that. What is that? Is that... Tell me it's not already coming in on us. We haven't been here that long! Fuck, we're in trouble. I thought we had more time! We don't have enough energy to get the fuck out yet. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever's here, we're just gonna have to leave it. So basically what it means, if you haven't seen this game before, the zone is in a constant state of flux and changing, right? This whole area is about to be fucking reconfigured. Yeah, alright, alright. Okay, so where's the closest? Alright, closest is here. That should be enough to get us out of here. Think the blue from Paburpiga, but instead of it being a nondescript, I don't know, instead of it being like a nondescript energy force that cooks you to your undercarriage, it's the very fabric of reality being rewritten. Alright, don't do what I'm doing! This is dumb and bad! Oh, you'll be fine. That's a stable anchor. No, wrong door! Yeah, sorry. Again, I do want to talk about Vigigamery stuff and nonsense, but we're in shit. Okay, we've got enough to get out. Thank fuck. Problem is, nearest anchor point is there. We've got to do it. Alright, kids, time to go! Don't worry, those, ignore the alarm noises. Don't even worry about it. It's time for Will Overguard's Downhill Skiing! Starring this, a fucking car! Don't even worry about it! Woohoo! Ah! Yeah! Get fucked, space and time! Nope. Oh god! Oh, it's fine! This is my problem. I get distracted. You know what? Fuck it. Risk it for a biscuit. Risk it for a biscuit. Risk it for a biscuit. Let's fucking go! I am extremely radiated. I cannot have children. Woo! Oh. Oh. Alright. Not bad. We got a little bit of stable materials.
I owe you an apology. I screwed up. I nearly got you killed. The things I used to calculate as easily as turning a screwdriver, they're foggy now. The numbers don't work themselves out like they used to. I haven't been myself for a long time, but I haven't needed to be. It's been me and this cursed place I created and nothing else for decades. But now, knowing that whatever caused the mass hallucination is still out there, I need to know what it is and why the remnants are connected to it. Francis was right about the remnant and the mass hallucinations paired signals. If we can get them together, maybe they'll cancel each other out and you'll be free. It's a shaky theory at best, but it's the only lead we've got for now. You can do nothing and twiddle your thumbs until that remnant drives you mad. Or, if you're willing to work with me, I'll give you the best chance to survive this thing. Think it through. And fix up your car while you're doing it. You'll need to for whatever you decide from here.
Okay. I need to make myself another crowbar or two. But don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Look, the car's mostly in one piece. You know, I'm probably not going to be able to sit down for a few hundred years, but it's fine. Now, so jumping back. So as a head librarian, I think that's one of the other things. Like, I think we're going to be discussing the failings of Payday 3 for a while. And I do agree with you that one of the things I think it missed the mark on was being just too serious. Like, I don't think that's part of the experience that users were looking for. Like, I don't think Payday 3 does a good job of embracing the ridiculousness. And I don't think it does a good job of expanding on the dramatic movie experience of, like, a heist. I think it's one of those situations where they took what they felt was working and wasn't working from just a purely dev perspective in the sequel and tried to carry that forward. I'm saying, like, they articulated on it with all science, no heart. The lesson to take from Helldivers is letting users be wrong and letting users be wrong in a fun way. My friend described Helldivers 2 as, well, it's like Cards Against Humanity, but instead of being offensive, it's explosions. Whether or not your friends are caught in the crossfire is irrelevant. It's about a laugh and having fun. Well, as a Fred, I also think that's another interesting one, but that was something that, whatchamacallit, the other Payday games didn't manage to hit either, is that you've either got to commit to doing one thing or t'other, right? When it comes to blue paint, when it comes to the Payday games, you either have to decide we're all going to be sneaky beaky, or this is a Daka gunfight, and if they die, they fucking die, right? Because to choose anything else, like, there's no, alright, we'll try and do this, and if it goes sideways, well, we'll just wing it. There's only really two states of, like, success and failure. And I don't know. If every good heist movie has shown us, it's that having a plan is great, and then having it be fun when it goes wrong, rather than, I know a lot, because, sorry, I've spent a lot of time on Payday 2. And the stealth missions were the worst, because if one thing goes wrong, if one person puts themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, then you're fucked. There's nothing to be doing after that. Oh, we need unstable energy next. Oh, okay, so this upgraded Tinker Station will report back to you which elements of the diagnosis are correct. Spend anchor energy to scan the car for anomalies. Alright, well, I think I need more practical stuff at the moment, but... So I can now make the hand vac. I don't even know what... I would say I don't even know what a magnetic hammer is going to do for us. Well, and so Angelos, you're right. That does bring us back around to what we were discussing earlier. And yes, the idea that games can be more than just a win or lose. I still remember people talking about... Try it. I was just going to go off on a tangent about early roguelikes, and honestly, we don't need to go that far out. And, you know, Marike, Pathologic is a really good example of games that aren't fun, but are an experience. But I don't want to go too far down that route. Like, ultimately... The term games is always evocative of play, and play is something that comes with, you know, fun as the desired state. That's a fucking problem of language, right? But I like to think that ultimately games are about conveying an experience, you know, and that experience is wild and varied. See, going back to Helldivers 2, the Helldivers 2 experience is you and your friends in this, what is essentially living propaganda piece in a sci-fi future. You know, down to the ridiculous capes and the whole shebang, to battling for Super Earth. That juxtaposition of chaos and camaraderie for a ridiculous over-the-top state. It's like a... It's very similar to, say, EDF in that regard. And I stand by my theory that the game of Helldivers 2 is actually in its own universe, and is a propaganda recruitment tool. Okay, relightable flare. Go to crude flashlights. Side floodlights. Alright, we're good for doors. I guess we can get some radiation insulation. Oh, but only in the panels. Alright. Don't need that too much right now. Off-road tyres might not be a bad shout. Fred's like, ridiculous! You mock managed democracy? Not at all, not at all. But I don't know. It feels like one of those things we keep coming back around to is like, when thinking about our experiences, trying to think beyond the concept of immediate win, immediate loss, of number go up. And if number does go up, does it go up in service of the experience, or does it go up as to keep the poor player trapped there for longer? Extra storage doesn't seem like a bad shout. And the side fuel tank might not be awful. Limp pulse emitter. Oh, this one's expensive. Carefully calibrated device capable of discharging random electromagnetics. That would stop the bunnies from sticking to us. And, oh, we'd need a lot more energy before we can get a better engine. I don't know. It just... we have this thing in the industry where when a title gets wildly popular, especially in the console space, it is a huge amount of attention that's turned to it, which is good. But so often, a lot of the conversation is dragged into the wrong places. And I guess I get a bit frustrated with that. Okay. I'm gonna get some side storage. Oh, we need to get the side rack first. Need to make some steel sheets first. Okay. I mean, if we wanna swing this back around to the game in question, which we're playing, what makes this powerful is that ultimately this is a story of like chaos and exploration. You're in a strange and ever-shifting world with forces beyond your comprehension. What do? It's about rebuilding something and caring for it as it cares for you. And whether or not you experience this game as a roguelike or as essentially just a walking sim or a pure story game, what have you, I feel that all the elements of this game are in service of that experience, right? You're in the zone, you're in the shit, you've just got to make it work. MacGyver your car up as hard as you can until you can make it further and maybe even get out. Right? And let me tell you, put this next to Everyone's Gone to the Rapture, and this has such a better grasp of what the player will do, who the player is in the world. And I'm not just saying that because the PC port of Everyone Went to the Rapture is hot dog shit. I'm saying it because, like, that was something that was supposed to evoke this feeling of isolation, of disconnecting, of like this eerie quiet asking you where everybody's gone. And ultimately, Everyone's Gone to the Rapture is fine. In the walking sim space, it's fine. Like, I don't know what else to say. It sure is a game that you can play. Alright, where's my side rack? Okay, where do you go? Oh, okay. So we just stack up a bunch of these. Alright, well, put it on this side. Now, I wonder... if I equip this... No. Okay, so the side rack storage is very much is very much for expanding like equipment slots. All right, I'm learning. Now, jumping back to like the Payday 3 conversation, I still find it so wild that it's gone so awry because, like, for those of you who don't know, Payday 2 pulled Starbreeze out of the shit when they overcommitted to VR, spent all their money, and filed for, not bankruptcy, but their region's equivalent. Managed to, through the medium of Payday 2 DLC, claw the whole ass company back. Even so far as putting Payday 3 on hold and reopening development of Payday 2. And the 3 was supposed to be their grand return. It was supposed to be their next big triumph. And there's so much of it that just misses the mark. Angelos was saying that they had a lot of designers on this game and a design director who gets that you can use game design to tell a story as much as you can words and art. Yes. Okay, so each of those things, like the lightning rod, needs to connect to a side rack. I need to find a wriggling wreck before we can scan that one. So, side storage basically gives us another place to stash stuff. We can put another side rack on the other side. Yeah, and then we start developing roof rack and the ilk. Alright, let me just make sure. I'm going to get the off-road tyres for now because, let's be honest, I need them. The summer tyres are fine. But no, it seems like such a dumb thing to say out loud. Like, yes, you can use game design to tell a story as much as anything else, but often what tends to happen is, with a lot of titles in pre-production, they just trying to get the gameplay loop down, right? Then they're like, oh, cool, well, we managed to get our vertical slice, it works, alright, now let's bring on, you know, artists and writers, let's put a story around these features. And, I mean, if you wanted to be really petty, you could argue that the industry focus on the concept of the game loop often undermines discussion about using mechanics to tell stories, because in that regard, you're no longer thinking about things purely as the loop, right? You're thinking about things as interactions that enhance experiences. And in that, you can't use terms like designing for the 10%. Because it means that mechanics are emotional storytelling beats. And much like a cutscene with custom anims is a very expensive thing to use for a story, mechanics in certain places that will not be used again are just as expensive. And by expensive, I mean like dev hours. But can have such an emotional impact. Sorry, every time we have these kind of conversations, my brain's like, hey, remember when you had these arguments with people in previous employment? I'm like, oh yeah. Yeti, I have not seen The Amazing World of Gumball. I know of it, thanks to mimetic nature, but it does feel like you've described the same thing that we have been driving around for 2 streams. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to check out our varying things. See what we can afford right now, what will help us. So, basically what I've worked out, as we unlock the side racks, that means we can put more stuff on the side of our vehicle. Shocking, I know. Storage is probably what we need. And hopefully once the car's up to snuff for our next run, we can find a peaceful area where I can just harvest everything and go from there. But there might have to be a few more risk it for a biscuit runs, depending on what the game wants us to do. So I'm just trying to think, like, what do we need? What are we struggling with at the moment? Obviously my tires. Make some more metal sheets, but the varying side racks are something we need to work towards. Oh, Legend, I'll do my darndest. I'll do my darndest, at least while you're at work. Have a lovely day, and to be continued. So we've got the side tyres, we've got the headlights. I can make one of those in just a second. So the lead line and the insulated we can build. The unstable The armoured equipment we can't build yet. We'll work up towards that. Okay. Got tyres. The side storage is something that I guess we need moving towards the roof rack, or more junk in the trunk. Oh, junk in the trunk needs unstable energy. So we get 3 side rack slots, then we get some seat racks, and then the roof rack. Okay. Well, we're out of stable energy at this point, so... Okay. I'm learning. Got to repair the car and all. And we haven't even found what the feckin', Oh, yes. Definitely want one of those. The handy vac. Oh, and some repair putty. Replaced everything with steel. Oh shit, we can easily replace this with off-road tyres. Jobs are good. This we can do, just need a bulb.
All I heard was unstable energy. All of my people.
Pixie, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I'm just sprucing up the car before we head out. Okay, we need more rubber on our next run, then I can upgrade the tyres. Build the... Oh, there we go, side storage. Grab one of those. Alright, how much storage does that get us? Oh, a fair wedge. Oh, I can finally get rid of the crude headlight. Actually have a decent one. No! Sorry. I feel very strongly about this. There we go! Now it doesn't look like it's got such a wonky front. Jobs are good. Okay, so I guess to accent the conversations, without using what became of Edith Finch, can you think of any games where the mechanics, the gameplay design of it, is as much in service as the experience and the story as anything else, you know? But you can't use Edith Finch, because we talk about that like every time we have this conversation. That can't be the only game that does it. Shadow of the Colossus is an interesting one, certainly. You can tell I'm pondering it. She's certainly not wrong. Oh, right, we need a crowbar. Alright. let's get spackling. So the question I was asking, friends, is games where the mechanics are as in service of the experience more than anything else. I think more of it. Oh. I definitely need to just hoard up on basic materials. Front right and hood. Hey, well, Angelos, you're not on the spot, friend, and it's not like I'm quizzing anybody. You know, I guess we've been talking a lot about the Yakuza games and the Japanese style of development, mainly because like we've been putzing around on the Final Fantasy VII Remaster, not the one that just came out, the prior one, because it's. I should just put useful shit over there and grab my flares, because it's a feckin' great game, but the amount of there's good flares. Sorry, the amount of additional stuff that has been put into all of those Final Fantasy titles that, well, both of those Final Fantasy titles that have been dropping is ridiculous. Anto says, something like Umurangi is very mechanics tell the story. Yes! It's actually, I think it's been either 2 or 3 years since Umurangi Generation came out. That is a great example. Because Umurangi Generation, the game is, and then you take photos. Also, I need to apologise to the head librarian who got the Yaldum, and I didn't even notice. I'm a terrible host. But yes, with Umurangi Generation, you're playing what you feel is going to be like a Pokemon Snap style game. But in actuality, the very limitations of the game is what says its message so loudly, that you must take these wonderful photos, but you have to ignore all the bad shit that's going on, otherwise the government gets mad at you. You know, that's... Umurangi Generation is, by its creator's own admission, it is not a subtle game. And I forget why I came here to Prybar. But yeah, Umurangi Generation is not subtle by any means. But it's not trying to be. You know? Oh, so to the head librarian, you managed to unseat the previous Jarl, putting you in a position of power. What will you do with this newfound? Bit of spackling left, but honestly I'll just have to make more as we get out into the world. Oh, not again. We feckin' fixed that. Oh, sorry, the TLDR being, as you progress and as you have more weird things happen to your car, it develops basically quirks, which you can analyze here at the Tinker Station. And so far I had one where every time I slammed the boot, it set the horn off. But later on, we'll just have to unlock more stuff to be able to analyze it. Cheshire found a sticker in this car that just in the game that says "Horse Girl" for their car. I just fucking love it. Well, so Angelo's with something like Echo the Dolphin, I'd say that the mechanics are very good in terms of making you feel like you are a fucking dolphin, right? I was thinking more in terms of like where the mechanics are maybe not counterintuitive, but they're very much about evoking the emotions of what's going on. Because Echo the Dolphin's fucking brilliant. I love and despise Echo the Dolphin in equal measure, and I could talk your fucking ear off about it for days. The TLDR burning that boils down to is that it rewards you in the beginning with being able to frolic with your other dolphin friends, and then it takes that away from you, and you essentially spend the rest of the game trying to get back your pod, but you never get to experience just like the fun of being a dolphin in that world. Oh, what are the survival tools? Is that just a fuel can, mechanics kit, sealing kit? Honestly, we can make those out in the field. Alright, well let's see what the
If you're ready to
storms are
do
like.
this with me, here's a spot of good news. We aren't completely helpless when it comes to the instability. Back when the zone was active, we built ways to get where we needed to go. I need you to head back towards Sierra. But don't worry, I won't make you jump into Cappy again. When you're feeling up for it, take the route back to Sierra. I'll tell you what's next once you're there. The mass hallucination. I can't believe it happened again. I can't believe I missed it.
Ooh. So Fearless, I guess we kind of are. Fearless was discussing ludonarrative resonance. I like Cheshire's ludonarrative harmony, the opposite of dissonance, where the mechanics and how we play fits perfectly with the character. Although it's harder to identify when you're not playing as a character specifically. But the Echo the Dolphin example, I think, is a very good one there. Oh, sorry. The Echo the Dolphin... No, it is a very good example. I think that's what I'm scratching at, yes. One of the things that I find... Extreme conditions. No, I'm good, mate. However, that area does have... It's a low amount for the gateway, but it is peaceful and we've not been there. Fuck it. I guess the thing that I keep beating around is that whenever we hit upon games that are truly special, and again, Helldivers does fit into this, not just Hades, or I always used to say Transistor, not just these gigantic expensive AAA story games, but where all parts of the art are in service of the experience. Those are the ones where it really, really shines. And the thing I guess I've become very frustrated with is the language around design putting us in this position where we're locked into a bunch of absolute fucking nonsense. Do we have a way to snooze in this? Sorry, I just realised I don't want to do another night run. Because I don't want to do that. Do I have to unlock a bed? Probably. There is no snooze. Alright, well, we're going to a simple area next, so I don't have to worry too much. Let me just quickly hoover up the free goodies. Go from there. No, I guess I'm haunted by design discussions of old. And how... As far as we've come, sometimes I think we're still falling into that fucking trap that, what's his name, Carmack left us in. You know, the story in video games is like story in smut, like no one cares. Which is something I fundamentally disagree with. It's okay to be the Doomslayer, but I think even in a situation like that, we should think of all aspects of the experience as being in service of the experience. That's why Doom... I hate calling it Doom 2016, but where that one ends up shining so much. Not a hair out of place. You are the Doomslayer. What do? You fucking kill demons. That's it. Like, every part of the gameplay encourages and rewards you for fucking killing demons. Head Librarian says, as a good smut writer, can confirm. Well, no, and Fearless and Head Librarian, I do agree with you. It's just that was the famous quote that Carmack was talking about, you know, about story versus gameplay experience, which is again one that I fundamentally disagree with. Not that I can't bloody see anything. Oh, because you turn the fucking headlights on. Ah, good work, Will. I mean, I think one of the reasons I end up spending so much time talking about specifically Transistor is because it's the easiest example of that kind of, like, that harmony between all the different systems. That harmony between all the different elements of the game. Which is fucking great. And it's weird because it still ends up being one of those things that doesn't get discussed or thought of until well after the title is into production. Okay, Perpetual Serenity. Lovely. We got 3 hooks we can get. We'll hoover all of those up. Get all the goodies. Don't tempt me. Oh, fucking wee! Woohoo! I'm not made of stone, alright? Before you judge me, I'm not made of stone. You can't give me a fucking... Can't give me a jump like that and then not expect me to get fucking fun with it. Alright, I need a sealing kit. Didn't bring anything for a sealing kit. I'll make it when we get out in the field, said Will. Wrong. Angelos was saying, what bothers me about this question... Oh, J-Post, thank you very much for this. But the question is, it can be hard to point of examples to do it perfectly, but it doesn't mean it's not where games can go. Not everything has to be a dumb popcorn movie game. Some games can be A24. Fuck yes. And also, something that I'm hoping we're getting out of the habit of is, you know, for a lot of the time when we talk about these experiential story games, we're usually fucking talking about, you know, something that's closer to a walking sim, right? You know, where the player's goal is just to be present and to set the pace, but not necessarily set the, I don't know, set the agency. You know, what I always want to see is games that are able to do, I want to say both, but are able to bring that kind of thunder. Also, it's getting light out, so this is nice. You know, I don't think the only kind of interesting stories to be told are the ones that are told by, and then you trundle around a bit. And I think that might be where some people aren't necessarily gelling with this game, because this isn't a... Ooh, I found some goodies. This title isn't a walking sim. It's a full-on fucking game. But all of those game systems are in service of the experience, right? And it's another one of those things that annoys me, because we've got all this data. I don't know if you want to go back into kind of like Hades-style banter, but, you know, God mode in Hades was fucking perfect, and it does not get discussed enough. Sorry, and the reason why I bring that up is because if you didn't see it, just for clarity, we all know Hades, I'm sure, but God mode is a feature in Hades that every time you die, you just become stronger. Your stats go up, right? Because if you try to play through Hades without loss, without, like, dying and being, you know, popping back up in the river of the damned or what have you, the game wouldn't be able to progress. It would lose both its narrative weight and it would lose its, you know, its core function, where a roguelike and a cycle of death and rebirth are kind of like intertwined. So what do you do if you're shit at roguelikes? What do you do if you're terrible at games like Hades? You turn on God mode. And that little incremental power increase means that eventually you'll become unstoppable. Much like Zagreus, you are becoming this this force to be reckoned with. I could have fixed that. I thought I had fixed the dude. With this, you want the user to be in a position... sorry, I'm trying to think how we'll do this. So let's hit these ones here. We'll take the trail, hit those, grab that, then that, and then get the fuck out. With this experience, you need there to be something. Like, there needs to be forces enacting on you and the vehicle that make you go, oh shit. Because the car protects you and you improve the car. Like, a big conceit of this game is that as a relic... Oh, fuck off. As a relic, eventually you'll become obsessed with this thing and it will destroy you. I mean, that's a bit on the nose, but we know that when users build on and improve upon vehicles and bases and items and weapons in-game, that they do develop an affinity for them. They do give a fuck. Like, this isn't controversial new information. This is, like, understood, noted user behavior. I suppose there's a thing in this huge, great big thing I can steal. Nope. Nope. Okay. Oh. Look at those cheeky fuckers. Hate that for us. Angelos was at a... Oh. The head librarian was asking first. Unrelated. Which games should my next geek therapeutic class play? Fiasco or Tales from the Loop? We talk about like Tales from the Loop as in like the tabletop RPG that got the fucking terrible adaptation, right? I'd say Tales from the Loop. Like, I haven't gotten to spend much time with it, but it's so counter to the standard like D&D and D&D variants of tabletop that I think it's got. I think it's a great place to explore. I was so heartbroken that the Netflix, the Amazon show was trash garbage. So mad. That's another story. Deconstruct some cars if I can. I think I can make additional tyres while we're out in the field, but swapping them is something of a challenge. My only critique so far of this title would be, I would love just a hoover up items as you find them. There is never a time when I don't want to grab goodies. Oh, so that's what the vacuum is for. Okay. And now I know. And knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. I did bring a vacuum with me this time. It wasn't a complete numpty. No, vacuum. Dark Lord of the Vacuum Cleaner. Vacuum. I can't be the only one that knows about vacuum. I don't know. I think one of the reasons why I might be obsessing on this particular conversation topic, friends, is all the biz devery nonsense I feel like I've had to stomach the last, year and change. Feels like it has been predominantly around the bad side of games of service, you know what I mean? And a lot of the games of service conceits always seem to come down to, how can we make users spend more money on X? And I gotta fix that. A large proportion of the articles that I read about monetization and nonsense like that try and equate user behavior to very specific styles of game loops, because those are the game loops they know how to market, rather than the game loops that can evoke something, make us feel something. I don't know. I mentioned it a little earlier, but I'm trying not to become too overly fighty. But I got to admit, with GDC coming up, I'm going to be a lot less forgiving of that aggressive monetization bullshit. See, I personally feel we're at this position where, with times being so tough for specific kinds of teams, more so now than ever, we need to be looking at how we can maintain long-term healthy communities, rather than desperately trying to, cram as many money sinks into our titles as possible. I understand I'm not saying anything fucking controversial or new here, but I think when you start looking at the kind of systems and the kind of thinking we're seeing here, you can potentially create games that people play for a long time. And that's the kind of thing that you can build a studio on. That's the kind of thing that you can keep a team alive for during these economic downturns. And again, I say economic downturn, as you all well know, video games are selling great right now. It's just, it sucks for trying to run a studio because it's so expensive. And it sucks, trying to find funding. That's why the little companies are struggling and shutting down. The big companies are just laying people off because they're not making a squillion dollars. They're only making some of a squillion dollars. But again, another kettle of monkeys. Now, the thing that we don't have a good solution to right now that I'd love to see is more ways that you can support games like this over a longer period of time without having to implement like really shitey practices. Steam still doesn't have the ability to tip or to like support beyond the immediate, which I would love to see, but I know I'm asking for a lot right now. You know, back in the day, that was one of the reasons why I was so keen to see, what was it? TurboPlay succeed because of their whole tipping system. But little did we know how that was going to go. There we go. And Dave, it's... At least in games, I can say it's more nuanced than that. Capitalism fucking sucks. That is a known quantity. But once a studio is owned by a large enough entity, then the measurement of success changes. And you'd think it wouldn't, right? Like, you'd think, like, oh, well, if you want to succeed... Oh, I'm going this way. Like, if you want to succeed, you just need to make enough money to keep the studio going. No. With a lot of these big entities, they want it to be just continuously printing money. They want Dota 2. You know? They don't want, Pal World. They want... Yeah. They want Counter-Strike Global Offensive. They want an infinite money printing machine they have to put very little effort into. Whereas, as we've seen with a lot of studios, if you can make something sensible and sustainable, you can keep a studio going on it almost indefinitely. Which is, that, in my humble opinion, should be the goal. Create a self-sustaining environment where you can just keep making them bigger games. But once again, I know I'm preaching to the fucking choir here. You'll know. Hey, here's a fun idea. Fuck that. Just fuck that. Horrific exploding mannequins, time and space warping anomalies. Yeah, you know what? Fuck that. I should also say that this is a point where my professional biases are going to start flexing, because, well, I'm a community manager, right? And what does a community manager do? Manage communities. Okay, that community management is not my primary profession right now. I understand that, but that's where my heart's at. Oh. And the thing about being a CM is it's all about engagement, not growth. Sorry, it's about engagement, not reach. It's about 100 people giving a fuck, not 1,000 people not giving a fuck. That makes a weird sense, right? And when you start applying that model to game development, you get stuff like Suck Pop and teams like that. Like, that's the kind of shit we want to see. I think I've got enough time to get in and out before the storm hits. Alright, let's try the vacuum. Alright, thanks, vacuum. And Fred, regardless of whether it is your usual chaos mockery or some well thought out points, I'll get back to it in just a second. I'm kind of afraid of this storm coming. Yeah. I've got to try and make sure I'm not overly aggressively combative when when GDC time comes around, because I get very fighty about this, and the problem is a lot of my opinions run counter to what is considered the correct BizDev maneuver. Alright, no, that is coming straight for us. And we just got to sit in the car and wait it out. Yeah, no, Fred, the studio's being run as a profit center is definitely an insidious mindset that is put upon by a lot of dev teams. And it does feel like some days it comes pre-baked, you know? Oh. Well, so Dave, not to dismiss what you're saying, but I try not to use the film comparison because games have kind of outgrown cinema as a, oh god, as a teaching example, right? No! I'm trying to fucking survive here! Fucking bastards. Alright, we don't need that wreck that badly. Woo! It's fucking windy! But whichever of you anonymous bastards that was, I know, I see you. Whoa! These anomaly storms are no fucking joke. Alright, we're nearly through it though! Oh, fuck. Through the anomaly storm. Alright, we'll give it a sec, wait for it to pass, but I should be able to grab some stuff here. I don't know, it's just... There are loads of examples of self-sustaining studios, but the thing is, those self-sustaining studios don't make people millionaires. And they certainly don't... They don't produce redonkulous, money-printing games of service games. But at times like this, you know, they're the ones that are going to still be producing games next year. Now, with some teams like... I'm trying to think, like... With some teams like Supergiant, for example, that's not a business model that you can just copy, right? You know, you can't just make a Bastion. Okay, gotta admit, really fucking liking the vacuum. Oh, that's a gear. That's why I can't pick it up. Alright. That's a steel plate. Oh, well, fuck it. We can make those later. But I will say, with teams like Sock Pop, that's entirely a methodology that you can copy, right? Actually, let's... Damn it. Let's go get the anchor now, which should be up this way. Just while we're here. If you're not familiar, so the Sock Pop methodology is you make lots of little games, potentially supported by Patreon, and you also sell those games on Steam. Keep your dev time small, and allow them the ability to reach a larger audience. By which I mean, like, you don't lock the games behind a Patreon paywall. Leave my fucking car alone, you little shit! Fucking rabbits! Little shit, come back here! I'm gonna have to repair that. It's fucking with my settings. I do not want mournful ukulele songs right now. Okay. Okay, jumping back. Dice Goddess says, I'd much rather have a small number of folks genuinely interested in what they're doing over folks grumping about being over the head with it. Yes. Now look, I do understand that there is a conceit that you have to make with video games right now, which is, for larger experiences, you need a big team. Like, there we go. Fucking rabbits. Like, this game was made by, what, I want to say it was a core team of like 8 or 10, plus contractors. And that's big for indie, and tiny for like any other size studio. So it sits in a weird little spot. The early access model can work if you wanted to create something like this that you expand upon, but that's... early access is its own kettle of challenges right there. And as we've seen, like, sometimes the biggest problem with early access is the expectation. You know, the Anacrusis really struggled in early access, and, you know, I still wonder what that title might have been if there wasn't the same amount of expectation heaped upon it. Does that make sense? So yeah, no, Angelos, you're entirely right. Like, the size of the team that produced this is tiny given the impact of this game, right? This is a small game that is batting fucking large, and I love that. Ooh, got ourselves an anomaly station! And trucks and goodies. Alright. Just gonna park the car here. Hopefully the bunnies don't fuck with it. So Favor 6, I'm not sure what you mean by HD2. Remember, acronyms are the bane of conversation. But there have been a few devs that have... I'm trying to remember who it was that said that they'd much rather that people pirate their game and save money than, you know, blow their last few quid on their title. And it's just something that's so counter to what you hear from other discussions. I do often think about how Oshri changed New Blood's motto to be "We hate money," and how... What in the Terminator fuck is that? But how that particular style of thinking has definitely shaped New Blood and changed a lot of people's expectations of it. And I definitely think for the better. But I don't know. I don't know Dave Oshry as well as a lot of other people in the industry. But I would say that how New Bloods operates definitely makes it easy for users to support the shit out of them. What's up? Oh, hello, River. Hello. What's up, big girl? River has come to bless us with their presence. Alright, there's not too much to be getting here. Let's get back before I get hot cooked. Serious radiation poisoning? Better eat beans about it.
Amos, go lay down. Go lay down.
Okay.
Go lay down.
So let's see where our next acquisition is. Alright, we're going to go up round the road. And then we're going to go on a long old drive to get the last one, and then we can fuck off. Alright, last rant on the subject. I'm trying not to get too preachy today, but apparently I'm just preconditioned to be, and that is... And oh, fuck it, I'm gonna strip this car for parts. Makes me feel better about myself. The other thing is definitely a way to produce games on smaller budgets. Like, the current BizDev model has no way to give you less than $500,000. And I find that fucking insane. I find it fucking insane, and I don't know... Okay, this is the thing. I know how we got there. Hello, Amos. What's up? What's up, baby boy? Oh, the dog's coming to hang out. There goes my son. Pride is not the word I'm thinking of. Sorry. And I know I come back around to this. It's something that annoys me almost daily. That there isn't currently a functioning BizDev model that allows you to make small games, right? The only way you can make a game for less than, I'd say, well, for less than about $300,000 is to make it yourself and then show up and be like, I made this. That's it. Because publishers, investors, the whole shebang, they won't touch tiny projects. If you make it and then turn around and be like, oh, I'd like some cash to take this to market, even now, that's a real struggle of a sell for them. And it shouldn't be. It should be a fucking slam dunk. Now, am I still angry about the game that only needed 20k to finish and I couldn't get them anything? Yes, I'm fucking livid about that. Because, like, how dysfunctional must our industry be when we can't turn a tiny project into a successful one? You know? I'm really impressed with PlaySim and them getting ooh, what's that? Goodies. And them getting Balataro out there, because I don't know what the budget was on that game, but it was not a big one, right? Alright, I'm gonna bring this in closer, because that bastard's stolen my shit before, and... Oh, good! It's heavily irradiated. Love that for us. Fuck. Alright. Turn the fucking car around. Angelus, I don't know. But basically the reason why is that the reason why companies don't want to fund tiny games is that the risk is... Hang on, what am I doing? The risk is still great. It's alright, it can drift. The risk is still great if you put a little bit of cash in, but it's not enough... it's not enough money that if things go wrong, you'll be able to get it back. So let's say you give us... well, this is the logic. I don't agree with this. And to me, it definitely... No! Get up a fucking car! Bunnies! Oh no, alright, time to go, time to go! Fucking rabbits! Cheese it! Alright, apparently it's cowboy hour now on the roads. Guess what they are? Fucking bunnies. Like I said, and Yonka was right. What the fuck they need such good eyesight for anyway? You know what, I'm just gonna leave that because I don't want to be hopping out of the car while that storm is on our ass. Ooh. Oh, you got the penguin bobblehead. Nice. I got the raspberry bobblehead. And check out my gear shifter. Look at this angry little guy. Fucking love it. I got it from. I actually got it from killing bunnies. Also, Kestrel, did I say hi when you came in? I hope I did. I've kind of been ranting about indie budgets for a little bit, and I'm going to stop because, you know, I try not to be just Mr. Shitey Negative. Fucking tourists, man. I fucking hate it. I'm heading up here so we can... fucking winch wanker. No! You're not my dad! You're not my dad! Oh god! I can't see where we're going! Fucking winch wanker. Oh, there's a moving truck! Oh, I don't think I've got a way to get rid of those bastards yet, do I? Try and sneak over there. Storm's passed, so that's good. I'll see how much I can grab. There's nothing on my personage I can't afford to lose. Sorry, there's nothing on my personage that would bankrupt us. But the last time I tried to do this, I was trying to steal fancy panels out of one of those trucks, and it did not go well. So yeah, I'm going to stop whinging about indie funding. Friends, if any of you are working on or thinking of working on an indie title, just, if I can help, please just let me know. Yes. 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 And fuck it, I'll take the brown paint. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? No, come back here! An electrician's kit? Huh. Go us. Oh, gateway too close, yeah. Alright, there we go. But yeah, this is just a standing invite. If I can ever help you with your indie game stuff, you have my axe, alright? If you don't mind asking me when I'm streaming, you've got me, alright? I'll never be annoyed. I guess my only caveat to that is, no, I won't play your untested build that's only available on itch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's only my kind of hard and fast rule. I only play itch.io builds from people I really, really trust. Vacuum is changing my life. Also, I am in severe pain. Guess you'll just unfollow. Well, better eat spam about it. Boosh. God, I love this game. Can I just say, friends, I'm so thankful you lot are alright with me fucking binging this game. Like, I understand that not every game that I enjoy is a good game to watch. But turn off the Febreze. But I was definitely worried with this one because I get really obsessive when it comes to these kinds of games. Like, you all didn't see me play through Dismantle. To say I got unhealthy with Dismantle would be an understatement. Alright, we could leave the engine running, but didn't drive. Welcome back, Amos. What's up, buddy? Oh, cool! Fucking love these guys. Fucking bastards. Beans! Actually. Okay, I managed to scan that one and buddies! Leave my fucking car alone! No! 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 Chainsaw! Oh, you're lucky you're hiding in fucking heavy radiation areas. Fucking bastards. I ate so many beans about that. Now I am irradiated. No, well, so Angela, it's definitely one of the kinds of games that you can binge. There's so much to this. And honestly, I think the roguelike element over a more traditional story game was a fucking smart play. At least in my humble opinion. No! So Angelos was just asking if... sorry, Cass was asking if we'd noticed that we take damage if we damage... If we damage things that we crafted, we ourselves take damage, implying that the symbiotic link between us and the relic extends that far. Oh, I hadn't noticed that. That's fucking... That's clever. It's almost like reinforcing story beats through gameplay is good. Fuck. To Abyssal Math. Watto and welcome. It's going good. We're just kind of exploring and getting into mischief. I need more resources. We might... gonna have to get a bit cross-country on this one, though. Alright, so once we get down to the crossroads here, then we can activate the next, our way out machine. So, Abyss, I'm rationing this to I get 1 stream a week of it. I'm not playing it off stream just in case something cool happens. So, what I was saying before that fuckery popped off, I love these kinds of games, and if for some fucking reason you need another game to consume you that isn't as good story-wise as this, but absolutely understands what people want from a craft and survival game, there is a top-down game called Dismantle, where you play a bloke what prepared for the end. I believe they like to be called preppers. Ooh, I think that's a research truck. Let's check it out. Just back up from the tourist a little bit. Basically, you emerge from your like zombie bunker 30 days after the end of the world, and it's you and your trusty crowbar trying to survive, rebuild humanity. And the conceit of the game is that everything is deconstructible. You just have to upgrade your gear enough. So at the beginning, all you're doing is like smashing up plants and chairs. And by the end of it, you're breaking down whole houses into their components. And it's fucking cool. It's seriously fucking cool. Ooh. I'll fucking take that. Good for steel panels. But I can always come back for it. Too much else to be pulling apart here. I'll take it. But no, Dismantle is inspired just because, once again, it understands who you are in the world. And, man, these tourists fucking have it in for me. I'm not comfortable with, like, Pack Hunter Weeping Angels. I just want to say that for the record. Yes! Sorry, Abyssal was just saying that the 2 games they're waiting for more stuff on is Void Train and Volcanoid. I actually haven't started Void Train yet, specifically because I'm afraid of it, what it'll do to me. And I figure I might as well wait until it's ready. And Volcanoid was fucking brilliant. We played that at launch, and I basically just binged all the content. Alright, this is about to get messy, so hold that thought conversationally. Let's ride. Look at tourists. It's great, it just reminds me of living in London and just being able to say, fucking tourists! To anyone that inconveniences me. No. No, you winch wanker can fuck right off. Ah, to the wrong turn! Oh, I'm in trouble. I was too busy being a bastard! Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, I'm in trouble. I zigged when I should have fucking zagged. Sure wish I had those off-road tires now! Alright, forgive me, car, but we gotta get creative with it. Let's see the... Oh, there it is. Alright. The words of Abraham Lincoln, fucking wee! Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it! Try not to fucking George of the Jungle this shit. Oh, how's that for a slice of fried gold? Shut up. Yes, I understand I then bumped into a tree, but everything else about that maneuver was top tier class. turn into the slide, which I didn't do that time. You built a time machine out of a truck? It's a station wagon. Thank you. And Spock, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Okay, so, Angela, so dismantle, it's spelt weird.
But my,
It is...
what's this? Are you learning a thing or two? My dear newbie, there's hope for you yet.
Damn it, judgy grandma. I'm not learning. I'm failing a lot. Okay, let's get this all unpacked. Yes, I have summer tires. I've not been collecting as much plastic as I should have. Don't bully me. Alright. But no, so Dismantle is a zombie game. It's a top-down zombie game, but don't let that fool you, because it almost fooled me. It's exceptional, and its understanding of what people want to do in those kinds of games is brilliant. Also, the thing that I cannot stress enough is how it uses the visual design language that's more common in mobile games to great effect. Not to steal your money or to be a bastard, but to, I don't know, for lack of a better term, to really get the experience to pop. You know? Come back for you later. My off-road tyre. Grandma isn't angry at you. She's just disappointed. Story of my life. So let's see what we got. Cowabunga. I don't know what it is, but I like it. Got a lot of preparing to do, not gonna lie. Nope. Hey, Bill. You notice how chocolate tastes different lately? I mean, like back home. They're kind of slimy. I'm sure that's nothing to worry about. And Andorf, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Well, and so Abyssal, I think that's why I'm so obsessed with this, is that it's got that craft and survival vibe, which I fucking love. It's got base building, but I'm not building a structure out in the middle of nowhere. The vehicle is simultaneously our home and our tool of exploration, which I think is fucking inspired. And the vibe when you're out in there is very Stalker. And I don't mean like Stalker the video game, I think like what it's trying to go for. Now, I'm sorry I keep looping back to this point. It's more just in case anyone else missed it. But apparently, one of the big inspirations for this game was Roadside Picnic, which is the same book that inspired Stalker. The idea that aliens left a bunch of shit when they visited Earth that generate these weird anomalies. So much repairs. God, we're gonna need more chemicals as well. So we need repair putty. We need a sealing kit. And hopefully we might have enough for 3 off-road tyres. 1, 2, because we've already got 1 off-road tyre. 1, 2, there we go. Right. Alright, let's get this thing off its wheels. because I think I mentioned it the other day, but I found that a mod team have basically put together a variant of Stalker that's essentially standalone with a whole bunch of additions to it. And honestly, it's really good. If you've never had the chance to play the Stalker games, I highly recommend it. The link should be in the free games channel in Discord. But it did strike me that there's a lot to Stalker that, I don't know, I don't want to say left me wanting, but since we've had other games since then, I don't know, I feel like we're a long way... I feel like we're a long way away from the perfect kind of explore the zone game. And it is amazing how much of this is hitting that beat. Do you know what I mean? And I gotta say, I had the same feeling with Metro Exodus. Honestly, I'd say that with Metro Exodus, if the train had been something that you could have improved upon and added to... If you could have made the train a home, that game would have been fucking brilliant. But unfortunately, that wasn't the focus of that title. And it was still very much about Artyom's experiences in the life after. Yeah! Look at them tires. Shit, looks like I know what I'm doing. Bissell says he's a fan of zombie survival where the train is your home. And we're not talking about Void Train, right? Because Zompiercer, is that out? Or is that just, is that in concept, or... we found a great Snowpiercer-inspired deck-building game. That's fucking great. That's currently just in, like, its anomaly phase. Alright. Friends, it's time for My Summer Tire, the Hoover It Up and Destroy It edition. Huh. Abyssal, I'll have to give that a check out. But I understand that there's not many of these games that I can stream and be interesting at the same time. We did have a few good runs of... What was it really called? Miscreated, that was it. But that was a long time ago. The Adventures of Officer Squirrelington have definitely come and gone since then. Shred that up and all. Bissell said there's one that hasn't out yet called Heat Death. I mean, look, every one of those survival games has the potential to be brilliant. The problem is, unfortunately, usually is that because a lot of the things that they do come pre-made in a lot of more modern game engines, that you're not always guaranteed quality with a lot of those titles. Which is, I mean, it is sad, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's see. We've got the busted headlight. Oh, we've got cracked window. Alright, let's get to work. Woohoo! Okay, let's check the panels. Front, right, and hood definitely need it. But it's just, it wasn't so much to poo-poo on anything, it was more just, with a lot of the craft and survival games, you never know. Tires are all shiny. How are the doors? Right and left definitely need it. And the rest will be fine for another run. I will say, and I guess to everyone, if you take one lesson away from Pacific Drive, it is that we have not mastered the craft and survival, and there is so much to be done in that space. What's been fascinating is the response to Nightingale, the steampunk Victorians versus Fae game that we've seen doing the rounds. Alright, how am I doing? Repair the car. Oh man. Fine. Some repair pay. How are we looking? Alright, side bumper. But with Nightingale, it's one of those games that has an incredible premise, right? Fucking brilliant. But it fundamentally seems to have misunderstood what its users wanted from it. And when it launched without offline support, people were grumpy. Might as well. Like, people were real grumpy. Oh shit, this is our first bobblehead! Oh, I love it. We got a little bobblehead. Oh, of course it's a fucking shark! Oh, god damn it! I thought it was something else! The angle was weird! I'm gonna shred this car about it. I reserve the right to be grumpy. First thing I fucking unlocked. Fucking shark. This is consumer abuse. I am the consumer here. I am getting abused by the game's creators. I'd like to file a complaint. Moose is asking if the dev team have a lever that just says "Give Will a shark." I would not be surprised if there are several games in our industry that actually have that as a fucking feature. Terrors, the lot of you. Now, Kestrel says, there's one aspect of this game I don't understand. It's the route planner. So basically, I think you get one scan, and the scan solidifies where the places you are going to. Oh. So I'm going to stash that over here in useful things for the journey. Because at the moment we don't have any electrical goodies, but we might need them. So Kestrel, so far as I understand it, is that once you plan your route, that locks in those areas. If you go to one area and then choose to deviate, the place you're going to will be different than when you scanned it here. So, like, if you see a peaceful area to go to and you lock it in, then it's set. But if you were going to go this way and you decide going left rather than right, that will be different, possibly even random from what you chose initially. Okay. So let's have a look. Alright, we've got the improved antenna. Allows it to be activated multiple times. Outfitting station we've got. Refill we can't. That's unstable. We don't need any more storage right now. We've got the fax machine. The authentic stimulation station might be something we need to steal. Light bulb replacement. Blowtorch requires unstable. Liberator. Less precise than a cutting tool. The Liberator will nevertheless cleanly and carefully remove individual sections of a vehicle by precisely placing small explosive charges. Oh, so that's if we want to just fucking wholesale steal pieces. Good for lights at the moment. And again, for a lot of these... tempted by the lead-plated doors, but... Alright, we're good for tyres. More side racks is very tempting. See how that comes together. Yeah, Spock, you know what? That's a good way of looking at it. If you choose to go a different way, you're changing the timeline. Think of it, so Kestrel, think of it like the oldest house, right? Your scans are essentially anchors that solidify certain parts of the zone. If you don't, they're just going to keep on... They're going to keep on shifting. I've got to start looking into unstable energy. Solar panel seems like a smart play. We're a ways away from that one. So I wonder if the impulse one is going to stop me from getting fucking stabbed by the winch wankers. We don't have nearly enough stable energy for a better engine. But honestly... Oh, okay. The turbo light actually gets us more miles to the gallon. Oh shit, we can put an electric engine in this? Fuck. On this side is probably where we'll put the useful stuff, you know? The winch wankers! Which wankers are you referring to? Winch wankers! Flying bastards! Hey, Lizzie. Oh no, we've had chaos today. Well, whether or not you lot have had chaos is entirely up to you, but the game has provided a lot of chaos. Just trying to decide what to spend our carefully hoarded resources on. Honestly, I might get the investigator module. I think I'm gonna. Well, that is up to you, Dingleberries. I'm not in charge here. But I do need to find out what the fucking hell my car is doing. Okay. So, Tinker Station. Alright, so what seems to be the problem? So we seem to have the... it was the horn is honked. It's like... trunk closes. Incorrect diagnosis. Bad guess, 0 out of 4. Well, that doesn't help me at all! Okay. Is the dome light, is that the one inside the trunk? Okay. I guess we'll have to get that slightly... I've just got to be more attentive of the car. I was hoping it would be cheeky and crafty. Oh, spend anchor energy to scan the car. Right, where's that one? Oh, investigate. There we go. 3 hints found. So it's trunk, hood, and... So when trunk is closed, horn honks. So that's 1. Correct diagnosis. Love to see it. Requires an electrician's kit. Resolved. Okay. And so those two definitely have something to do with... I mean, car. Cool. And we've got something to do with the hood. That's another story. But no, I'm thinking of getting the Protect Me bumper. Yeah, but we can't get any more storage until get some unstable energy going. And I burnt through my butts. I burnt through the useful shit. So we need more resources. I'm smart like that. Still don't know how to open up these dumpster pearls. But we can work on that later. Okay, car's mostly up to snuff. We've got food, got some jumper cables. How are we doing for repair party? Maybe we should wait until we get back on those ones. Oh. Oh, did dumpster pearls go in the matter disassembler? Oh, that's fucking cool. Let's fucking go. Oh, that's why you can do this. Oh, I love that for us. Thank you, Fearless. Trying to work that out for bloody ages. Alright, who wants goodies? Brace yourselves, friends. It's inventory pachinko time. Not inventory Tetris. Oh, no, no. Oh, fucking hell. Whee! It's still going. It's still going. I love this for us. Ooh, I wonder what the prop is. Oh, we got a sketchy decal. Well, no one knows how cool we are. We've got a lot of food. Like, we ain't going hungry anytime soon. I am going to put the fancy food in the back of the car, though. Just in case. And Jeffrey, Watto, and welcome. That's a good point. What does count as a sketchy decal? Let's have a look. Ew. Well, you know what? It feels in keeping. We got one dodgy looking door. It's fine. We got one dodgy looking door. Alright, let's check the routes. Okay, yes, Angelos, I'll show Lizzie my fucking bubble toy. Grumble, 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 grumble. Alright, so this area is safe. This one less so. Also, again, these extreme conditions do fucking scare me. So I guess what I should be doing here is... and Mr. Mag, indeed, it's sketchy. God, I think the most hideous thing I once saw was I want to say it was a Tesla, but it was definitely a fancy sports car that someone had either had a wrap or a paint job to make it look like it was cel-shaded Borderlands style, and I saw it doing the trundle rounds around Seattle, and it might be one of the most hideous vehicles I've ever seen. Because it turns out, things that look great in pictures don't always look good in real life. Because what I want to do is I want to set that as our destination and then go there. I wonder if I can do that. Or if it's going to use our predetermined routes. You know what I mean? Well, that's where we need to go. Okay. So we couldn't head there, but we need to later. Alright. Anyway, this is going to be a hoarder's road trip. So, pack a ham sandwich. It's raining outside, so bring your brollies. We'll be fine for fuel. Everything else we can build in the field. Alright. Can't believe I got a fucking shark. Look at this. Look at this fucking... It's a bobblehead. But it's not a bobblehead. It's a swimmer being chased by a fucking shark. I'd like to point out to the dev team behind Pacific Drive, you didn't have to fucking call me out personally. Look, look, it's wobbling. Destination unknown. Honestly, I would hit here, but with 2 sections of perpetual stability, we need the resources. And it means I get to talk to you all. Okay, and our current goal is to find any other bobblehead to replace the fucking shark. But yes, so to those of you that have joined us, how are you doing, Watto? And welcome, hello, hello. This is my second day on Pacific Drive. We've not encountered any unstable energy yet. I fucking love this game. and I'm having a blast of a time. So, yo, if you want to chat about, as long as it's not story beat stuff, you want to chat about anything with this, I'm fucking down. Well, Mr. Mag, just know that if you do pick up a copy of this game, you will be helping the team who made it directly. So you can feel good about your choices. Like, picking this title up will directly help indies. See, I was going to check out what was over here, but instead, fuck that. Oh, fucking hell! Why did they explode? Buddies! Oh, we gotta get the fuck out of here. I know! Look here, you little shits! Stop fucking with my horn! Where are you? Time to die, fucko! My car. Alright, turn the engine off. I might go back and have a look. I'm Mr. Mag, like, it doesn't sound like you need anybody to sell you on this game, but if for some reason you do, what the fuck is that? Thermosat crystal. Alright, you know what? I'm glad I grabbed that. Everything else about that situation is a bad fucking idea. Let's get out of here. But yes, if for some reason you needed more convincing to pick this up, I'm more than happy to talk it through. We're at least, what? A couple of zones away from... Man, we're going to get a load of energy. We're a couple of zones away from hitting anything story beat-wise, so you don't have to worry too much about spoilers. This area is just about having a natter with you lot hoarding resources. But the only thing I would say is that this game is very much flavour to taste. So if you personally don't enjoy crafty survival games or... Buddies! Fuck off! Little flying shits. No, you know what? This is personal. Time to die. Oh. The sky gods have been angered. Perhaps I should not be murdering bunnies. Jeffrey, no, we don't like bunnies. Anyanka was right. Sorry if you're confused. So in this, these little broken bunnies, they aren't bad per se. Like, some stuff in this world is just out to fucking kill us, right? But the bunnies, less so. However, they leap onto the side of your car and just fuck with you. They turn all your shit on and off, mess with your lights, your radio, and your steering if you're trying to drive away. They're just like, I don't know, like sci-fi cracked out toddlers. They just leap upon you, and you've just got to fucking deal with them. Anyway, we're just, yeah, strip mining everything that we can. I think we were talking a little bit about... oh yes, we were talking about Nightingale earlier, and I got interrupted by something, I forget what. But the thing I wanted to mention with Nightingale is how the thematics of that are really good, but the team in question didn't really take into regard how people were going to want to play it, and that their goal was to create some big style always online experience, and what people really wanted from it was kind of closer to Valheim, like flavor to taste, make it your own experience type title. Honestly, like, Valheim has done such a good job of showing this is what people want from any group craft and survival games. Now, this is a title that uses the trappings of a craft and survive to tell you a great story. And the thing is, if you want it to be a roguelike survival game, it is, and you'll have a good time. If you don't want that, you can tweak it so it's just a story game that's fun. Once again, I fucking love that. You can turn off death, you can turn off vehicle damage, a lot of the scarier challenges. Don't even worry about it. There's so much to be had here, I love it. Fucking need it. I should check around the back of the house, never know. I mean, how often are we gonna have, like, nice, peaceful Pacific Northwest and not fear incarnate? Oh, that's weird. I just said the trunk storage is broken. It's cardboard boxes. How can it be broken? Alright, so we are here. Now, the town we want to head to is roundabout this way. In fact, we zoom on in. There's a gas station. There isn't a repair station, but that'll probably be likely in our next spot. So really, we want to head up this way and just start collecting as much energy as we can. Because again, we're not going to have a smooth running for a while. We've got very soggy bottom. And no one likes a soggy bottom. Mary Berry said that. She once fucking killed a man. You know the song, I Once Killed a Man in Rio? That's not about a mournful cowboy or a gambler. It's about Mary Berry. She'll do it again, too. It's actually why she had to leave the Great British Bake Off. Was the original stunt double for... Ooh, goodies. The original stunt double for... what's his name? Mr. Hollywood. Was just fucking eviscerated by Mary Berry. Not a lot of people know that. Oh, fucking winch wanker! My boot pops up when I go backwards. When car go backwards, boot go whee. Oh, I fucking hate this. Alright, fuck you, I'm going up the hill. Oh, loving these off-road tyres. Love this for us. Woo! I got the bloody car stuck. I can't remember what the emergency teleport does. I don't know if it does anything terrible, but I know it can't be helping. Car keeps whinging at me. It's like, where? I don't want to go up sharp inclines. Where? You're driving me through the undergrowth. It's like, weird. Fucking car. Alright, sorry. Kind of got us a little bit lost there. Now, I just got to remember, bonnet pop open if car go backward. Oh, I hate this. Although I will say, yeah, these off-road tyres are making my life so much easier. I do not miss back when we were driving just on like 4 spares and a prayer. But the amount of tourists out here is fucking horrifying. So... Oh, what the... What the shit? Alright, there's goodies to be had, but there is a storm coming, so... There's going to be a lot of running. What have we got? Just crude panels. Take that, take that. Pacific Fresh! Yeah, get the car smelling like I regret my life choices. Oh, interesting. That's as much as we can. No! No! I just keep seem to be finding fucking crowbars. You know what? We'll sort that later. Have to make a fucking sprint for it, but right. I don't know which way that storm's going, but it's not filling me full of happiness and confidence, you know. Whoa! Dodge and weave, dodge and weave! Dodge and weave! Yeah! No! Buddies! Fuck off! Leave a car alone! No! Not your car! They keep fucking with the radio! Alright, fuck out of here. Oh, that's a storm. Love this for us. Shit, we are in the fucking heart of it. There's no way this ends badly! This seems fine! Oh, this storm is going right over us. Oh, fucking hell, I am fighting this. I want that little drill from Twisters that, like, pops into the ground so I can just sit here. Sorry, pneumatic tube, you gotta wait. Fucking hate that shot. Oh, she fighting! I'm trying to stay away from the witch wankers. We haven't even gotten into town yet. Is it me, or is that witch wanker fishing for something? Theory, there should be some more cool anomaly juice out this way. Theory. game makes me fucking nervous. Every time I think I've got like a fucking handle on it, game's like, nah. It's weird. I should be able to see it from here. Maybe it's in this undergrowth? At times it is real hard to judge how far we are from like the anchors. Fred, I don't know what you're talking about. This is 100% safe. Jobs are good. Alright. Don't even worry about it. And so what if I'm getting mildly irradiated? It's fine. This is how we get superpowers, right? X-Men style. Oh, okay. There we go. Alright, now where's the next one? It's not too far from here. So it's into the forest there. I'm just a little bit worried about the witch wankers, so I'm going to take the weird way round. It's like the witch wankers. The witch wankers are fucking awful, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck it. Risk it for a biscuit! Risk it for a biscuit, let's go! Ah! Fuck! 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 Stop juggling us! Oh, where's me? Where's me Zorb? Alright, you can fuck right up, buddy. Alright. I'm not sure I like Zorb Ball as a sport. I'm gonna level with you. However, at the end of this, the amount of biscuits will be absolutely worth it. Alright, so get back on the road. There seems to have been one more anchor that's popped up towards the end. So I might grab that while we're heading back. But then we're just going to head into town and just hoover up everything that's not nailed down. We've got a side trunk. We've got so many potential goodies. J-Post asks, what would happen if you buzzsaw the anchor ball? Sorry, J-Post, I didn't mean to read that like a fucking strong bad email question. J-Post from the internet asks, what would happen if you fucking chainsaw a ball? Ah, fucking funny. Let's never find out. So, Megalyn, do you mean in terms of the stream, the game, or the Pacific Northwest? Oh, fucking bastards. Those fucking Weeping Angel wankers. I hate everything about that. Although, we're doing real good for energy, so... We need like 4 to be able to... I don't think it's worth to risk it for a biscuit for that one. So we'll head down to there, get into town, and see how much we can get. The game, and by extension the PNW. Well, the amount of strange Weeping Angel crash dummies is actually lower than it's been in large proportions of the Pacific Northwest for a while. But as for the rest, God, I love this. Oh fuck! Oh no! Oh! How did I not explode there? Actually, no, J-Post, so the Friends SCP anomaly is still contained in the New York tri-state area. Not a lot of people know this, but the coffee shop Central Perk from the series Friends exists and has been walled up since the late 90s. At this point, it's not sure whether or not the cast of Friends is in fact a part of the SCP anomaly or whether they are cursed to live within it. But either way, they are no longer free from its grasp. Okay. Welcome to Silenter Hill. Does anybody want anything from the gas station while I'm here? I was just gonna get some road snacks or something. There we go. If you need to use the bathroom, now's the time. And if any of you are asking when are we going to stop again, not for a while. Yeah, I'll get you. I can grab you a root beer. It's no worry. Now, let's strip these cars of all their parts. The other thing I'm really enjoying about this, when we're not running from things in fear, is how this really does encapsulate a little bit of that road trip feeling. At least in my humble opinion, it does feel like a lot of the time it's not about like optimizing our equipment for each run. It's like, all right, what can we put together in the field? What have we got out here that's viable? At least that's how I've been kind of feeling about this game so far. You know, in some survival games, if you don't have the right shit when you set off, you're gone. You're dead. With this, it feels like the adapt part, the fuck it, we'll do it live vibe, definitely lands. And the reason why I say it has that road trip sense is that you have these moments of like abject panic and nonsense, punctuated by these, I don't want to say calm, but these moments of, these moments of the mundane. This kind of gameplay loop experience has been rattling around my noggin since last night. So, Sage Bell, who is a Longshipian regular and streamer of their own volition, decided last night to jump back into PlayerUnknown's Battleground, or, to those in the know, Paburpiga. And it was fascinating to watch. Oh yes, thank you for the Sage Bell shout out. And the reason being is that, now, it's a competitive game, right? But it's born of the survival genre. And there's loads of strange quirks in PUBG, even now, like years after its like big superstar success. There's loads of gameplay elements that it still has that are just leftovers from a bygone age. The way in which you pick up items, the way in which you search for things and scavenge together materials. You know, they're counterintuitive to the rest of the experience. But in the same breath, they're very much part of it. But with PUBG and its variants, those lead to this experience where you're basically just playing the most aggressive game of finders fucking keepers. Sans Pat Sharp. Pat Sharp and the twins in this experience have been replaced with people with guns. You know what? I'm just gonna drop that. Like, 2 crowbars isn't a terrible idea, but 3 crowbars and one of them is busted. That's just wasted space. So Angelos was adding that a lot of people don't quite get the mundane in this. Like, it's kind of meditative, poking around, grabbing loot. You're right, Caffeine. Or at very least, a very good term for this discussion. But no, those moments of calm, like this, like we're just exploring these houses, taking what we need, moving on. This is a punctuate at your own pace, and not all of this game is as meditative. Not all of this game is as calm as we're experiencing now, but that kind of pacing I think is very, very important. And I do think that it's something that's been overlooked by a lot of discussion about this title. You know, this game has been a little divisive for some peeps, and at least it's been, in my humble opinion, divisive for the right reasons. You know, a game doing something new is always going to craft a lot of questions. And while this game isn't doing anything aggressively new, it is doing things that are a blend of others that come together to make something special. And well, Sage, because I was talking about you. I was saying that from watching your PUBG stream, I think it was last night, or it might have been the night before, it just got me thinking about how looting in games like these affect the experience. In this, for the most part, all the trundle looting is more... It's the calm part of the game, right? Don't like that noise. That's the car. Car's fine. The reason I brought up PUBG is that even though it's a... The way in which you loot items is very much a hangover from its origins. It creates such a different experience. And then I made a reference to Funhouse with Pat Sharp, or Finders Keepers, and then realised both of those are shows from the United Kingdom, and that most of the UK lot are either asleep or chilling. So once again, I'm making references to myself. Don't even worry about it. Oh, look who's being creepy now. I'm trying not to get my face melted by a weeping angel. Alright, got a chest full of... You know what, those radios aren't worth deconstructing right now. Just grab it and run. Because that guy's gonna follow me. Unless I hit him with a crowbar. I mean, Angelos, perhaps I should consider doing that. I might bring the car up, though. I don't like leaving the car completely unattended. I mean, Angelos, it's a quiz and it's a race. It's a real wacky place. But the amount of damage that I did to people when I showed them Scavengers, the John Leslie sci-fi disaster. I don't know if anybody's ready for more of that. It was late, I was very drunk. Actually, there's quite a large proportion of things that happen along shipping wise and then Will got trashed. Alright, let's have a zoom. Alright, so we've got like a general store and a bunch of houses. So let's park the car down here, hit some more of the houses, and then we'll hit the general store. I gotta also say, like, on the subject of, like, looting in craft and survival games and whatnot, not to shit on it, but I really think that the DayZ standalone kind of missed the mark on both. In the sense of... Oh, we hit that one. Oh, we did hit that one. Hey!
One night, whilst drinking with friends, it's how all good stories start.
Yeah. Although I will say, I do refute the no good story ever started with and then I had a salad. Because due to trying to be healthy, I've gotten whoops drunk multiple times because I was like, you know what? I'm not going to have a bunch of carbs. I'm going to have a salad. I'm going to be healthy. And then, whoopsie drunk doodle later. Oh, I hate this! Fuck! God, why? It's a fucking storm? No, it's just a fucking outbreak.
If you want to, I can be there for you and pick up all of the pieces.
Cool. Now my innards are hot pickled. Love that for us. Alright, I'm gonna try and hit these. See if we can get some more. But yeah, don't anyone tell you no good story ever started with a salad. Just no smart story ever started with a salad. Alright. I can't tell if it's receding or if it's coming closer. I think it's receding, alright. So jumping back. Judgment was saying they don't understand this game. So have you been trying to play it or just from watching it? Because I'm more than happy to explain it. I'm having a fucking brilliant time with this game. Like, narratively or mechanically. And then, I'm also, can I just say, I'm very surprised that Pat Sharp didn't end up on, didn't end up extremely cancelled. Like, he might have been the one guy who wasn't secretly a creeper in that whole sphere. Pixie learned yesterday that if you're kind of small, like 5 feet tall, don't do 6 shots on an empty stomach. Oh, no! I mean, Pixie, if it makes you feel any better, regardless of your bulk, don't do 6 shots on an empty stomach. I mean, are we talking US shots or UK shots? Both bad, but I'm just trying to get a read on the level of damage. Whoever said eating is cheating was talking fiscally and not sensibly. US shots. Oh, God. Sorry, for those who may not know, in the UK, all shots are a standard measure. So if you go into any pub and ask for a shot or something, it will always be, I think it's like 25 mil. But in the US, if you go into a place and ask for a shot, it's bartender's discretion. And sometimes bartenders will give you shots because they like you, and sometimes they will give you strong shots because they don't like you. You never know. I think that's all of the houses. Where's the fucking car? There's the fucking car. Alright. I'm going to check this one now that the hot cooked anomaly has disappeared. But, so Pixie, obviously, don't tell me your age. But hopefully, one, you're not in the hangovers are like an experience near death. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Amos believes in you. Personally, I'm trying to cut back on my drinking at the moment, which has been okay. 32, all right. I don't know at what point the death hangovers will kick in for me. I've had a few that have like been brutal, but those are because of me, not due to age. But I know with Fiona's had a few that have just been like awful. There's some alcohols that, nah, whatever happens tomorrow, it's a write-off for me. Alright. So let's head back into town. I'm gonna head to the general store area, and then yeah, so we're gonna head down towards here, hoover up the last of, and then we're just gonna make a move out. And feels like I found a few good like things to replace drinking in the evenings, which have been quite helpful. But there is one thing that you haven't mentioned with putting kombucha as a suggestion for helping cut back on alcohol, and that is what it does to your farts if you have like 2 or 3. We were at a friend's house party, and it was a little early in the day to be like cracking the gin, right? But in the same breath, I wanted to have a bevy, didn't want to have like heavy booze, and there wasn't anything really to get stuck into. So I was drinking this fucking booch. And oh god, I'm so glad we were outside, because otherwise I just would have been violently crop dusting everyone at this fucking party. What's up, friendly dumpster? Thanks, friendly dumpster. Fearless says that's just my microbiome fixing itself. I'm happy for it. I really am. I encourage my biome's fixing, but I don't want to make it everybody else's problem. Those toots were potent. That's all I'm saying. All right. We're not talking about those like cheeky little Hollywood farts as well, like. So, I'm not anti-kombucha by any means. I'm just, it comes at a great cost. God, the thing that Sean used to make for me at GameWorks was a gin and booch. So it was a blueberry alcoholic kombucha and Empress gin. So good. Oh. Big sympathy, friend. Sorry, Scotty was saying that they can do vodka, no problem, but red wine, it's a write-off. Yeah. Do you know the sad one for me is beer? Like, I can drink gin like it's going out of style. Wine and me became friends in my 30s. It's great. But beer? Nah, can't have it anymore. It's an exercise in gut agony and fart futility. Like, I'm just a gaseous, bloaty mess the next... Oh, look! Cool! Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. I don't know if train cars contain anything good, but that's a lot of Weeping Angels. The thing is, I still love the taste of beer. One of the reasons why I was so happy to move out here to the US was that you can get beer that doesn't suck. We were lied to growing up, by the way. We were lied to. Oh, they don't have good beer in the US. It's just Budweiser. No, all along they had the good stuff. They just didn't want to fucking share. They just didn't want to fucking tell us. All right. I think that might be our cue to leave. Right. How we doing? Oh, okay, we're not doing too badly. That storm's going to go past. I know that thing keeps getting turned on. I just don't know what's doing it. There should be a road up ahead. Hook this around and head on out. Megalyn was saying they couldn't get used to the taste of beer, but wine and cider. Yeah, I will admit that the early days of trying to learn to like beer was not fun. Especially in the UK, like, if you live your long and ridiculous life and never have to experience Heineken, then you are blessed. And what the fuck is that? You'll see that fucking sky egg over there, right? Sky egg. What the fuck is sky egg? Oh, sky egg just lets us know that we can get out. Okay. Whew. This game makes me paranoid. Yeah, you know, sky egg. Sky egg. Let's get the fuck out of here. I saw it.
Good morning, people. Right now, this is very important. Do never kill crocodiles. Because in Florida, there's crocodiles and alligators. In the West, there's only crocodiles. And I'll tell you something. If you actually do that, or you see somebody do something, just to tell you, they just want money. You just say, stop, you do not want to do this. Because they can actually snap at you. My mom got snapped by a crocodile. Her whole pinky got blooded. Never, ever do something to a crocodile because it will get frozen. And something will happen to you. And you never panic. Never panic. Stay calm. Because if your parents are a surgeon, anything, that is good. Because they can teach you stuff that are important for your life.
It's still going. This child is still going.
That thing is going to get worse because then you actually feel the pain, and then you're gonna get dehydrated, and then more blood is going to fall out because the blood is liquid.
Indeed, words to live by, friends. Words to live by. Fucking hell! Remember. Don't kill crocs because your mum's finger got bit one time. And if people do kill crocs, it's because they want money. You know what, friends? Nothing I had to say was as important as that. The blood is going to fall out because if you're dehydrated, then there's more liquid because blood's a liquid. And Judge Bin, I apologise if you specified additional questions and whatnot. Fucking fucking time is it?
There's a whole lot standing between where we are and the deep zone. Like another wall, and the entire mid-zone, for starters. It's not as simple as driving there. We can't control the instability any more than we can control the weather. At the height of LIM R&D, thousands of us lived and worked here in the zone. So we built LIM stabilizers to make certain sectors and roads a little more predictable than others. It was the only way we could operate as a live research compound despite the instability. And yes, the same technology that destabilized the landscape in the first place. LIM technology was always a double-edged sword from the beginning.
Okay.
We're going to put those stabilizers to work and clear you a path. The old observation towers surrounding Sierra ought to have a map of the stabilizers in that sector. Mind swinging by and finding one?
Okay. So what I'm going to do, friends, I'm going to go past down through here, hit this little area, loop back, hit these as we're heading down towards here. So, alright. Okay, so Judgment says they don't understand the narrative or the premise. Okay, so the premise, narrative is initially quite simple. You were on a delivery run to the Pacific Northwest, and you just get fucking isekai'd into the zone. I shouldn't say isekai'd. You get sucked on in. The zone is a gigantic anomaly in the Pacific Northwest that, after control of it was lost, the government just fucking walled it up, and it's been here for like 20 years. Let the record show that Truck-kun would actually be a legitimate character in this. Since we ended up in this anomalous zone, let me just go hoover up some goodies real quick. Since you became stuck in the anomalous zone, you've encountered this car, which isn't just a vehicle; it is a relic. And as such, it's essentially like a living SCP-type creation. This thing apparently... This anomaly itself has a will of its own. Oh, we absolutely missed the fucking turning. Remnants. Thank you, Angelos. How, for whatever reason, this vehicle has bonded to us, much like the director's sidearm in Control and other such SCP-type elements. Now, the last handful of survivors in the zone are basically just trying to get us out. What the fuck is that? There's just another red sphere in the center of the zone. Oh, fuck sticks. Ah! My car's grumpy at me, and every time I put it in reverse, the bonnet opens. So the premise of the game is, we explore the zone, grab as much materials and resources as we can. We improve our vehicle to improve our chances of just not fucking dying. Oh yes, also, thank you Moose, the thing I neglected to mention, by being bonded to this car, that means that we're in shit. Eventually, being bonded to this vehicle will drive us insane, right? Just the nature of these remnants. It's a clear night, but I'm going to grab some flares just in case. Oh no, I've got one on me person. Alright. Where's the fucking fence? Thank you! Here's some creepy ass fucking noises in here, but we'll make it work. So yeah, gameplay wise, it's an interesting blend of like indie story narrative, craft and survival games, more craft and survival games, and fucking Stalker, if you can believe it. What do you mean inventory nearly full?
Insane, or you end up turning into a car when you get hot, like the 80s Turbo Teen cartoon smile.
There's a fucking reference and a half. But yes, we could indeed end up turning into a car. Who knows? And as Megalyn was saying, Stalker and the book it was based on were big inspirations for this game. And it carries through. But whereas this isn't about, like... Oh, God. I got an achievement for distracting an anomaly with a flare, and I don't know where the fuck the anomaly is. That's not cool, video game. That's not cool. I might be in more trouble than I think I am. Fucking back, I'm not dealing with that shit. Oh, I love these weeping angels. I love this for us. I don't want to do that. But yeah, the thing that this captures so brilliantly is like forces beyond our understanding and beyond our control fucking up our day, and we've just got to survive, right? That's the core conceit of this that I would put forward, right? Oh, fuck you too. Fucking hate this. I know, I've never said this many mean words about a game I genuinely enjoyed in quite some time. But yeah, it's been really interesting hitting this after spending a lot of time with the standalone version of Stalker Call of Pripyat, which is fucking great. It's just so yes, some of the anomalies can absolutely fucking kill you. They vary in severity from things that will just make your life more difficult. So things like the winch wankers and the broken bunnies. The broken bunnies are actually called broken bunnies. I forget what the winch wankers are called, but whenever I encounter them, they stress me the fuck out, so I had to come up with a better name. But, you know, there are also some pretty fucking heinous ones. And I know we haven't seen them all. There's one that's just a giant buzzsaw jutting out of the ground. That one can fucking do one. Alright. one more spot to hit. Oh, fuck off. Fucking quantum wank stain. Sorry. This game gets real stressful. And Blue Doom, what unwelcome. Beware the tourists. The bollards are kind of funny. It's stressful when you get, like, stuck behind them. But... Right. What the fuck was that? Right, well the car's okay. But fucking hell. I hope the car's alright. Let's check it. Yeah. Tyres are fine. Front right might have a bit of a puncture on it. Needs a sealant, okay. Well, we can do that. Maybe whatever popped off was just that tire going, I don't know. Go. Hey, well, Judgment, if you get the chance to play it, I hope you enjoy it. I am going to switch up our plan, and we're going to head to where we're supposed to go, and maybe hoover up some of these, because we're hitting kind of like maximum capacity on what we can. What's that? So does the radio use up the battery? Oh no, I left the fucking headlights on, didn't I? Fuck. Alright, we might be in trouble. Might be in trouble here. Fucking tourists. Right, dead ahead and then take a right. I can try and drive with the lights off, but... Like, I've got a jumper kit. I don't know if that saves our arse or what have you, but... Ah! But we may end up in some very creative driving situations, friends. Something we've talked a lot about when it comes to, I mean, predominantly horror, but I guess tension is a big one, is that you can't keep the player in a state of fear all the time, right? There has to be a tension release. Because otherwise, either the user just stops and leaves, or they become acclimatized and suddenly it just becomes silly, right? With this, the pacing is very clever.
The towers are locked up tight. But you can tighten up security protocols all day, only for one disgruntled employee to program in his name for fun and mess it all up.
Anyway, the overload code is 4735. Find that stabilizer map and scan it for me.
Oh boy. I was assigned to clean these towers out every time the guards rotated. And things I saw. Let's just say that keeping a watch on Sierra day in and day out did not make for a good time. I didn't envy those guards one bit.
Oh, I thought you said gods, and I was like, wait, what? What? So, Scotty, Fear, the game Fear, not the experience. They tried to do something where, in the combat encounters, it was very clear what you could do and who you were, and then, ooh, pretty. But then when you encountered, like, what's-her-face, Spooky Scary, you were always put in a position where you're kind of powerless against the unknown. Fear 2 tried to ramp up the terror. Oh, I guess we know that one. Tried to ramp up the terror, but in actuality just ended up exhausting the user. You know, because again, you can only be spooked for so long. You can't just repeatedly scare the pee-pee out of them. Fuck off! Scan the stabilizer map. Oh, here we go.
I got it. I'm overlaying the map with the available routes near you.
Oh, I hate this for us.
There you go. Found 3 sector stabilizers that'll do the job. They're not too far, so I've added the location to your route. The access road will lead you straight there once you're ready.
Oh, tower's getting cooked. Time to go. I thought we could maybe wait this out, but it's getting a little spicy here. No, and Dustin, I think you got it right. Like, the shot chaser driver / Silent Hill Firewatch. It embarrasses me that we haven't talked about this and Firewatch before now. No! Okay, so where are we going? Oh, we're just getting the fuck out of here. Alright. You'll want to get spicy with it? Because there is a gateway down here. There is an anomaly down here towards the road. So in theory, if we just head dead ahead... Oh wow, that fucking anomaly cooked the shit out of the car. Oh, I didn't see that. Alright. Hopefully, it's not too steep. My hopes were unfounded. It's extremely steep. Alright. Well, we found the road. That could have been much worse. Amos has strong opinions on my fucking driving. Baby boy, if you want to come drive the car, the little pausies, you can. Get what the blue sparkly anomalies are. Fuck it. Alright. Gotta make some repair putty. Let's make 2 of those. Fuck off you. Otherwise we're just not going to have a very good time. So front right, because that thing's nearly busted. Scotty's asking who drives through a forest at dark without night vision. Let me answer your question with another question. Who's got 2 thumbs and very little regard for his own safety? This guy. The right panels definitely need it. For the most part, the car's doing right. Really don't want to lose our goodies. Okay, panels are looking good. Alright. I'm going to do something dumb. This is one of those don't do what Will does moments. Alright? Remember, friends, I am not an example, I am a cautionary tale. Oh, fuck you guys. Oh, God! Fucking
Pacific Drive, the Dukes of Biohazard.
Oh, that's... Oh, God! That's really good! What have we got at the moment? We've got the vanishing of Ethan's car. Remind me of that for next week. The vanishing of the Dukes of Biohazard. Oh. Fire, watch me make poor life choices. I swear to fucking God, if we end up with like a mannequin in the car, I am going to scream. Good news, bad news. Car battery is fucked. So... Okay, so we could charge the car by going through that, but also it fucks the car. So... It's got to use batteries and... radios very fucking sparingly. Well, there's a garage here. Maybe we'll get lucky. Come on down to Big Dan's, where we've got tyres. Poorly thought out ideas. And part of the car is still a... Oh, thank the fucking gods. I heard the explosions and was like, oh, good. Pacific Drive, fire watch with me. God damn, that's good! Gotta remember these. Comedy Gold all night long. Be sure to tip your streamer. Sorry. Hey! Who was that? What did you get? Fucking thank you. The engine running. I thought I turned it off. Honestly, I wouldn't have noticed unless the fucking... Love to see it. Just pop the hood on this one. Lovely, lovely. Is the station completely radiated? Or... hate this for us. Actually, how are we doing for fuel? Because I can siphon a couple of these cars. It's alright, I can eat beans about it just in case. I'm not doing too bad. No harm in it. Whew. MDH says they finally got more Balataro keys. Oh, MDH, that's incredibly fucking kind of you. I know that's a massive pain in the arse, so I really appreciate that. MDH waited until Humble had more Balataro keys in, so they could pick it up from from Humble even, and support my dumbass. No, seriously, that's fucking cool of you. Thank you. Right? Might as well strip mine. I definitely need some from the tires at least. Good luck. Have fun with Balataro. I'm sorry, it may or may not consume your life. Someone even wrote an article today about the pronunciation of that game and how it's supposed to be said. As a dyslexic, Mother Hubbard, I've given up on correct in favor of just being able to talk about it. We've been going through rubber pretty consistently, so I was trying to get some more of that, you know. Gears we can make when we get back. Alright. God, that's fucking haunting. Seems safe and fine. No, there's no way I'm getting that. I was like, oh, there's an anchor over there. I could nip in and pick that up. No, I can't. No, I fucking can't. Exit the area via the stabilized road. Alright, so we are here. We need to be heading this way, so honestly we just keep following the road through, past the train, and then just take the dirt road off to that way. Okay. Little bit of... There we go. Oh, darn it. Double guess myself. And remember, friends, when you're hungry, shop at Big Dan's. Considering the amount of friends that we have named Dan, it's not a chain, it's a franchise. The only requirement being you can only open one of these stores if you yourself are in fact a Dan. Played like a damn fiddle. Oh, where's this fence gonna fucking end? Played me like a damn fiddle. No. Don't tempt me, giant jump. Okay, so that's the... There's the dirt track that takes us where we want to go. Jobs are good. This game is very stressful, and I love it. Fuck off, bunnies. Fuck off. Get fucked. No. No. No! Piss! Oh, you fucking done it now. Where are you, little shits? Beat to death with a fucking crowbar. Let's go. Bastards. Okay, where are we? Alright, we're still on track. On the plus side, engine's still running, but we are out of power, so I've just got to drive fucking night blind and hope I don't get us too fucking lost or dead. Because it turns out, this is one thing this game has taught me from... I've been playing this game for like, what? 5-6 hours now combined, is that you can be too dead. Is it a boulder or is it the road? I don't know. I hope we don't. Oh god. Oh jeez. Welcome to Will Overguard's off-roading experience, where I take this lovable old fucking jalopy and do things that you shouldn't do with a car. Oh! I'm sorry, car. I found the road again. God, I must look like my fucking nan when she used to drive, just squinting at the road and freaking out. Alright, the road should be somewhere here. Nope. Maybe? Yes! Dead ahead. Whee! Car sounds like it's unhappy with me. The tires seem fine. Alright, don't even worry about it. Okay. Really? Oh. We can't even go back. We can't even go back. Alright. I need to go for a fucking piss. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, Pacific Drive does not have a pee in a plastic bottle while belting it down the highway mode. So friends, I will be back with you in just a second. This is a fucking epic. So the good news is we have enough resources and enough charge to GTFO once we get in there. The problem is the car's beat to fuck. We can repair that, but still, we have nothing in our battery. If it is still nighttime when we get there in 6 hours, we are, as the rooster would say, fuck-a-doodle-dood. So Blue Doom, I was under the impression the battery jumper is if the car fucking dies. We could try. Actually, now I think about it, I haven't actually used that. So. Well, cackle the fuck away, Sarah. I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll solve this problem together. Because I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Sorry, I was just joking with Fiona. I was like, this is it. Mr. the Twitch, he's coming in. He's going to drop $1 squillion on us. We'll never have to worry again. Okay. So hopefully the jumper cables will help us get this fucking movable feast underway. Yeah, $1 squillion, Blue Doom. Mr. the Twitch, he's just going to show up. He's going to give me the key. It's going to be a Willy Wonka situation, but sans the great glass elevator. I think I told you all I actually do deserve a cookie for not starting fights about Roald Dahl on the internet. Everyone forgets the follow-up to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was a fucking super horror. Alright, so we are here. The area is stable.
The woods there can be a bit of a maze. If you get lost, follow the pipes. The limb tech in those stabilizers ran so damn hot, only more limb tech could contain it from complete meltdown.
Alright, so let's try it. Okay.
It's my turn to give you an explanation about the mass hallucination event that Tobias and Francis were going on about. But don't worry, I won't be nearly as long-winded, because there honestly isn't much that we know about it. It happened on the morning of September 14th,
1961. My colleague, Dr. James Kay, was conducting experiments at a highly classified site in the Deep Zone. He was assisted by my husband, Dr. Alan Turner. At 0400, their experiment unleashed a gamma-ray surge that instantly killed both of them. The surge was an impossible amount of energy, orders of magnitude greater than any man-made source. It also triggered hallucinations in anyone awake within a 10-mile radius. It was a burst of widespread insanity, but only for a short moment.
Blue Doom, thank you kindly. Sorry, Angeles was just saying that they just finished this, and when they did it, it was a beautiful sunny day, and I gotta do this in the fucking dark. But yeah, sorry, apologies if you already know this, but yeah, the follow-up to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator, which contains, like, cosmic fucking horror. Roald Dahl wrote, basically, Lovecraft for kids. It's fine. We've got the pipes we can follow, and we've got our markers. You can actually see where I'm driving now. But like the level of fucked up that Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator gets cannot be understated. Because after the Glasgow experience we were talking about earlier, loads of people online were like, "Oh man, Roald Dahl must be rolling in his grave." It's like, no, Roald Dahl's shit. Didn't give a shit then. And I guess it's unfair to say that he hated children. He disliked children intensely, but he was just very good at writing children's books. Kind of the epitome of sometimes you don't get to choose what you're good at. Oh yeah, no, Blue Doom, I've seen the OG movie, and so far, it's the only one that really encapsulates how fucked up that whole situation would have been. So many fucking horrors. And I know I'm not the first person to say this, but if there is ever any character that I'd love to try and emulate in video games, it is Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka. Just for the pure perception of you never know when he's fucking with you or when he's being genuine. Right? And I think that's something that's just incredible. And sure, it's much easier to create something like that in video games than it is in other mediums, right? So front left, rear left, right. Okay. But I don't know. We've had characters that you can never tell how serious they are for comedy reasons, and we've had some meta-narrative characters, but like, I want to see some. I want to see some that level of unhinged. Oh, I didn't put anything on the side of the fucking door. For all my fucking about putting these racks on it, didn't put anything on the ruddy rack. Professional, I swear. You know what, Fearless? That is a very, very good point. Fearless was saying that they keep wondering why a lot of these movies try and, air quotes, redeem Willy Wonka. But then there's the realization. The people who pay for these films are themselves gigantic, gigantic company owners. They do not want to see themselves as they are portrayed in this, right? Oh no, so Blue Doom, so far I've only unlocked the side storage. But yeah, I can put extra batteries and stuff on there, which I might have to look into. Because apparently my ability to only be doing this in the dark is well pronounced. Oh, lovely. But I fucking forgot while we were patzing around back at base. Because I'm an idiot! And we don't need any more bulbs for the moment. Oh, I have to fucking... I've got to stop leaving the lights on! Keep forgetting. I did see the propane and propane accessories as an upgrade we get later, and it made me very happy. Okay. No point going around the dark. You got shitloads of these. Right. Got a little bit of the old lead shielding. I don't know why I think of lead shielding in the rocks are breathing! In the same way that I would pronounce null fielding, but there we go. Oh yeah, no, so you can basically upgrade to biofuels later on. For like powering the battery and whatnot. Not even joking. Alright, but I do want to see if there's any lead shielding we can grab, because that shit's useful. Okay. We want a sandwich. Now the question, Blue Doom, is will you use your powers of divination for good or evil? The plus side is now we know how to make battery packs. We should, in theory, be able to be out here in the field for quite a while. And again, in theory. Can't wait to find out what kind of fucking hell we unleash with all of this. Alright. So we've scanned zone stabilizer. Now... Oh!
You know, 30 seconds of hallucinations sure didn't feel short when I was free-falling through outer space. Heck of a ride, though. Did you know the rings of Saturn sing?
I saw disembodied arms. Tons of them. They were grasping and crawling.
And, what about you, Oppie? What did you see?
I saw nothing.
How is that possible? Everybody else saw something.
Must have passed me by. I don't know what to tell you.
But weren't you working in your lab that night?
I was working in the lab one
supposed to be
night.
doing your research rather than keeping track of my whereabouts.
Okay. Wow. Touchy.
Oh yeah, no, Fred. But at this point, my poor little character, fucking lead poisoning is the least of his fucking worries. Alright, so let's see what we got next. Alright, so we follow the path round. We'll hit a little enclave there, see if there's anything useful. Fucking car. But the thing is... Okay. I don't know anyone that has made a gun jamming system that is fun, right? There are loads of games where your gun can jam, but I have never encountered one where that was entertaining or fun or enjoyable. The closest I think we've got
now
to
that
anything
we know
that was...
the remnants were connected to the mass hallucination,
Hold that door.
maybe we can figure out what caused it.
Oh boy, do I have theories.
Don't start. Dr. K and Alan clearly uncovered some new way of using Limb to motivate that gamma ray burst.
Oh, yes, precisely. Where do gamma rays come from? But outer space.
Feet back on planet Earth, kid. There are plenty of terrestrial sources of gamma rays. Thunderstorms, for example.
No. You said it yourself. The energy levels from that night are much greater than anything we've seen on Earth.
Sure, but going straight to aliens when there's countless perfectly scientific possibilities. Perhaps Dr. K and Alan developed a limb-assisted mass particle collision. Or, heck, tapped into some sort of gamma ray reservoir.
A reservoir? Or a portal?
A portal? To where exactly?
To Atlantis.
Of course! Now, why didn't I think of that? That's absolutely it.
Fucking love this lot. Sorry, so the thing I was scratching at was, oh, nice try, fucko. It's not fun to have your gun jam in video games, right? Because predominantly, for most games, shooting is your only means of expression in space. A gun jam is having your expression taken away from you because of, and I want to say reasons. Lights off, engine off, there we go. Let's get some more goodies, right? The reason I bring this up is because one of the things I've noticed with the quirks is that, one, it encapsulates that wonderful thing that, while I've not experienced firsthand, I've come to understand that when you have an old car, there's things about it that don't make sense, but that's just how they be, right? You know, it doesn't make sense that the car does X, Y, and Z when you're... When did you turn on? There's certain things about a vehicle that, I don't know, like it has a mind of its own. That all these strange quirks and weird little fucking strange things kind of come together to give the vehicle a personality, right? I've heard people describe their cars as liking and disliking certain things. I think that's really fucking cool. You know what? On second thought, fuck this. I see the little dude there. I see the problems we're facing. I say, fuck this. All of the strange things that are happening into our vehicle, right? The fact that when we put it in reverse, the bonnet pops open. Or trying to work out why the interior light comes on. Like, none of those stop us from driving. none of them stop us from doing the thing that you do in a driving game, which is driving. And you're still getting to express yourself. You're getting these additional complications. You know, they're modifiers, but they're not so extreme as to remove agency. And Cod Ankles was saying they felt gun jams worked in Stalker because it helped sell the difference between NATO and... Oh yeah. But one of the things that at least I would personally say with how Stalker worked in its firearms was that you basically just fucking never use knockoff gear. That a larger portion of your early game is... Oh, I missed the fucking turning. Can't see the case. That a lot of the early game in Stalker is working your way towards something that will be stable. You know, I felt that the idea of unstable weapons in games like Fallout and stuff like that, that the idea is interesting, but in actuality it just becomes one of the first things you solve with resources. And yes, Bollard does sound like the most... Ooh, we good? No, we're okay. I was worried we hit the spikes there. Bollard does sound like a very British insult. Now, I'm not saying, friends, that you couldn't create a system where, you know, gun jamming is interesting or enhances the fun. But I'm saying I can't think of anybody that's done it yet. You know, currently gun jamming is a threat that's placed over you to force you to maintain your weapons. And a lot of the time, weapon maintenance kind of comes from resource gathering and inventory use. And again, this isn't me picking on other games. It's just to say that the quirk system in this has created something where it feels like we have a functioning car with all the strange oddities and weirdness and what have you. I mean, Andros, that's not a bad shout. I don't know how you do it, but something that creates weirdness in an entertaining manner rather than a stressful manner could absolutely work. Honestly, the thing I think about is, what was it? Excalibur from Borderlands. You know, this super powerful weapon, and the reason why nobody uses it is fucking obnoxious. And yes, obviously that's a reworking of whatchamacallit from Soul Eater, but I love it as an idea. Sorry, lead still seems pretty rare to me, so I'm just hoarding. Now, I will say, on the subject of shooty gunbang, that one game we played from the DreadX collection, where you had to not manually reload, but it felt like that. I felt that's something where you could make gun jamming not a, oh shit, you can't do the thing, but just an additional challenge on top of everything else. Crude panel, not worth it. Okay.
Hey, Oppie, you've never cared about any of the zone's stories and superstitions. So, why now? What's in this for you?
What I do is not and has never been any of your business.
You're asking us to trust you, so yes, it's our business now.
How about this? You two sign off and count orbs or whatever it is you like to do, and I'll get the driver to the mass hallucination source myself.
Excuse me?
No. Tobias found this remnant. This is his discovery.
Sure. And I'll send you a nice gift basket to mark the occasion. But I won't let anyone interfere with this.
And Grandma's not fucking around. Pshow!
To hell with that! We either throw everything we can at this thing, or we lose this chance, and the answers to the mass hallucination are gone forever.
This isn't like one of your little Sasquatch hunts. I'm not letting you get your tinfoil pseudoscience anywhere near this. This is too damn important to me.
It sure didn't seem too important earlier when you messed up and nearly killed the driver.
You want to play that game? You really want to talk about our track records?
Screw you, Oppie.
I'd rather run this remnant into the ground than work with either of you.
Oh, forget it. We're wasting our breath with this old bat. There's gotta be another way.
She's out of her mind. I can't do this.
Look, if you want to waste your precious time picking apart bird droppings and squinting at constellations, by all means, follow their lead. But we're better off without them, trust me. I'll get you through no matter what. This really is my last chance.
Okay, wow. I feel like a little bit in the middle of something there. And if I had to guess, Scotty, I'd say that what they attempted to do with the Baba Yaga granny character in Atomic Heart is what they've kind of succeeded at doing with Oppie here. Oh shit. Oh beans. Oh beans. Alright. Look, I got turned around, don't judge me. They did say if I got lost to follow the pipes. Oh, we're in Anomaly Central. Okay. Forward. There we go. Just take the road dead ahead. Time to fuck off. Okay. But no. So jumping back. So hookshot. No, I'm not a fan of gun jamming. And cold ankles. No, you're right. It's okay for things not to be fun. And I'm not saying they absolutely have to be. I think it's a very good example of how this is doing something that adds to the experience, not detracts from. Whereas with gun jamming in other titles, it's only a hindrance. It adds no... It doesn't have any personality, it doesn't have any story. You know, I know it's a divisive one to bring up, but the weapon degradation system in good old Zelda, that's definitely an interesting one when it comes to these discussions. The reason why, for the people it works for, that works is because there's no other option, right? You have to hoard weapons, you've got to use them until it breaks, next thing. I honestly think that that's a game that once you get the fucking Master Sword, everything else about it kind of dissipates. Alright, I'm just going to quickly hit the back of this. That is crew door. Oh, yes please. Air freshener. I'll take the off-white. The wood paneling. I don't like the sketchy. It's not even worth taking with us. Actually, while we're out and about, I'm just going to cover up the sketchy panel with faux wood. All right, so we're set for goodies now. So we're just story villains. Sorry, not story villains. We're just story characters. Nope, villain era, baby. Fucking yo. But no, Moose, I was long-winded agreeing with you, which is the weapon degradation forces you to engage with everything about the title, which is not a terrible thing. but it does feel very ham-fisted. And again, as soon as the user is given an option to not have to fucking deal, they won't. So... Now, one thing that somebody proposed to me for, at least for firearms in... Oh, fuck! For firearms in video games is flipping the script, right? Because... I don't know, we're good. We should be coming up to a farm, and then we take a... Fuck it, I don't know. Both left and right take ages. Guess we'll... Guess we go left at the farm and then cut across country. We've got the tyres for it. But no, the idea that rather than weapons being their most stable when they're at their most effective, it's flipping the... What the fuck? Why are you covered in lightning? Haha! It's me. Is it me or is it getting fucking unstable here? Oh, there's no way we can make it up that hill. Fuck it, we just gotta go for a long ass drive. Alright. But so the idea that you can push a weapon's stats up, but the more powerful it becomes, the more prone to chaos it is. And, I don't know, I guess it's kind of an evolution of Metro's military-grade ammo setup, but I like it. I like that as an idea. Because then, well, you don't add necessarily too much in terms of complication. You are adding the possibility of, like, risking it for a biscuit. No, let's stop. We don't need to stop for items. We don't need to stop for goodies. We're all good. Roads are not nice tonight. Not like this for us. I guess it's also, as you get further out from home base, shit gets spicier. Now, so Blue Doom, that is something I'd like beyond the usual, I can't work out how this works because I don't have the stats in all the systems. I personally felt it was a little bit... I've never been a fan of that whole, like, you don't have the correct stats to use this knife. It's like, you could use it, it's just not... You're not going to be as good as a Grandmaster. And look, I understand that it's meant to be to vary builds and focus playtime and stuff like that. It's just... Like, I think that's a better system where gun jamming is based on your ability to operate and maintain something, you know? My friend would probably go on a rant now about Glocks and how they're very weird. They have lots of strange quirks as a little handgun. But if you've seen a gun in a movie, you understand point, click, click, click. And that there are other buttons. But to use and operate it for periods of time, it has loads of strange, weird little quirks. Which is why they were so terrible to use in Receiver 2. Yeah, well, Blue Doom... That's what I love about these kinds of, like, discussions. And, like, I get it. It's real easy to be an armchair game designer. And it's really easy to kind of, air quotes, solve these problems. But, I don't know. I think it makes for a fun mental exercise. And video games don't have to have weapons in them. I mean, this is fucking proof of that and all. Oh, shit. Be low on fuel. Okay. But see, caffeine, I think that's a good example of knowledge would apply to a system like that. Knowing enough to know the difference between an early Glock and a current one and things like that. That sounds bad. Let's keep going. But yeah. Yes, Kiss is lore in game in gun design, and I think that's where, if we're going to bully anyone, let's bully Bethesda some more because they're easy to pick on. But that's where the Bethesda design philosophy kind of falls apart, because in the Bethesda, the more rudimentary the gun means the earlier on in the game you're encountering it, which means it's more likely to be a broken piece of shit. Whereas later on in most Bethesda games where you're encountering these ridiculously complex weapons, those ones are fine, right? And I guess what I'm proposing is flipping the script on that. You know, the more powerful the gear, the more complex it is. I don't know. Look, y'all can still laugh at me. I managed to resist the urge of it, but I'm playing Tarkov again, alright? And every time I do this, right, every time I go on a Tarkov binge, it gets my little brain going. Because Tarkov is a great combat system in a fundamentally sucky game. There, I said it. The reason that Tarkov persists is that it has some of the best weapon handling in the biz, and that there's no one else to really compete with it in terms of tension. But ultimately, it's a badly designed game. But the problem with playing something that has the intellectual hooks, but is fundamentally a pile of shite, is that your brain starts hyper-focusing on, like, alright, well, what can I do with this? And the reason why I bring this up in that is because Tarkov is absolutely a game where the rich get richer, for lack of a better term. If you have loads of resources and loads of kit, you're not going to be using janky gear. You're not going to be having stuff that breaks down. If you do, you either sell it or you buy a kit and fix it, or have someone fix it for you, right? If you are just starting out and you're just a wee, shaky-legged baby, you're going to have crappy stuff that fails and doesn't work and feels bad. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. Oh yeah, so Blue Doom, I know a lot of game designers, and unfortunately a lot of them are on English coast time, but a lot of game design comes down to how make feel good. How do we craft the systems that make the user feel like they do? So, having good games literacy, while it doesn't equate to directly to game design,
business. The stabilizers are coming online, and the way looks clear, but I'm also getting spikes. The stability in your region is tanking. Get out of there. Fast.
All right. Oh, we're in trouble, G. Alright, hold that thought, friends. We're going off-road. In the words of The Office, parkour! 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 Don't worry about it. That panic you're feeling right now, that's game design, baby. Fuck. Crack the back window, don't even worry about it. better if we take the road now. Whew. But yeah, just while I'm freaking out, the one thing I would add to this conversation is something a good friend of mine would say, in game design and in life, relevance is everything and everything is relevant if you know how to apply it. Oh fuck, I'm just gonna go through. Fuck! Ow! Fuck! Fuck! Go! Oh, skin of our fucking teeth, friends. Woo! We've got a lot of achievements for that. Oh boy, we've got a lot to repair.
Nice work out there. The sector stabilizers are fully operational. You've got a straight shot toward the expansion wall. One more thing. You may want to consider armoring up a bit. Once you cross that wall, the mid-zone is another beast altogether.
Okay. Yeah, no, Grandma Violence is right. We definitely want to consider equipping our goodies. Alright. Let me just use my putty. And Blue Doom, I absolutely will. What's been really interesting, Blue Doom, with a lot of discussions we've been having in the Longship recently is the intersection between, the intersection between games design from an experiential, LARP-like perspective, game design for live events in both, physical and digital, and the kinds of concepts that we can apply, and vice versa. Sorry, I don't mean to be specifically vague. I'm my heart's still going a fucking million miles an hour from surviving that nonsense. Okay. It's something that I really, really enjoy talking about because right now... Oh, we've been trying to reach you about updating your tickets. Has everyone updated their Jira tickets? No, it's one thing we've been talking a lot about on the game side is how can we start doing more interesting storytelling, more immersive experiences without basically fucking killing ourselves trying to make, bespoke situations happen. We have a lot of friendos here who were involved in the Blackout Club. We have some friendos who worked kind of tangentially next to it. And that's definitely been one of the ones that gets brought up the most when we're having this discussion. Our good friend Star Saint Germain has been working towards how to create some of those experiences on a budget. A lot of people have been talking about the Game Master for Helldivers, and while an interesting thing to kind of bring up, it's certainly curious. Right. I think we're kind of starting to hit the wall in terms of what we can get with stable energy. I think the improved antenna is definitely a must. And that's pretty expensive. Oh, we need circuit boards for that. Light replacement kit. The anchor radar. I can't really see. I can't see what we need that for specifically, but we haven't even encountered corrupted energy. Yeah, I kind of want to focus on. I don't know. Armored might not be a bad idea, but getting like the roof rack up and running and stuff like that would be good. Some roof racks and some sheet racks for long operations. Alright, Angelos, have a lovely rest of your evening. Again, thank you. This game's fucking brilliant. If it wasn't obvious, I'm having a fucking blast with it. I don't think we're at the point where we need to consider. Lightning rod might not be a bad shout. So I guess we're a ways away from being able to. Oh man, this is the spicy shit. What's the Lazarus device? That sounds fucking cool. Yeah, Blue Doom, you're right. Power situation is our next one. So that was the lightning rod. We can pop that onto the side. Ah, we don't have a wriggling wreck. Fuck. I don't even know what a wriggling wreck is. Well, if we increase the amount of storage, that means we can build more stuff in the field, right? Radiation resist might not be a bad shout in terms of improving what we got going on. Oh, and this is the biolight. Good old bioluminescence. Roof floodlights might not be a bad shout, but work on that one. Guess I'm just thinking of things that can reduce the amount of things we have to fuck around with. Alright, so we want the improved antenna. And we want, I guess, some more side racks to store more stuff so we can at least deal with our power fluctuations whilst we're in the field. Yeah, seems smart.
If you're in a bind, pay a visit to the friendly dumpster out back. I always seem to find just what I need in there.
Alright, pop this back up on the roof. Oh. But yeah, I will say I do really enjoy these conversations, especially about, like, solving the big problems, you know? We used to do some kind of, like, almost like game design clubs on Saturdays back in the day, but the games industry as a whole has kind of shifted from less big thinky, more big do, right? It's not about genius ideas cooked up in a lab. It's about getting it fucking done. I think that applies to a larger portion of the industry at the moment. I'm kind of curious about what this is, though. It does seem to be glowing. But oh shit, you know what that is? That's where we come in when we use the other device. That's the second part of it. Alright. Okay. Honestly, that makes me feel very good about myself, won't lie. Blue Doom was saying that originally I was just supposed to be the background noise during LARP talk, and I've ended up being the distraction. I will take that as a fucking compliment. I'm not sorry. Also, we've got a scrapper outside, so might as well. Ooh, and we found something called the castle. Oh, what the? I don't know. As an aside to an aside, as I'm sure you know, I love the idea of doing, like, live fucking with players, especially in games like this. And I do know that Cluster Truck had some functionality to create live events. And there's a few other games we've played that have had that. Always down to see more of it, you know what I mean? Alright, let's see what we unlocked. Alright, so I still don't have anything other than the fucking shark. So we've got Pacific Fresh and the blimp. Of course I'm going to take the blimp. Still got the go-kart wheel and the sculpture shifter. Ooh, hood ornament. Alright, what do you reckon? The castle or the prop? Blue Doom was saying audience participation is a fun game mechanic to play for. It is. Because here's the thing. When enacted correctly, what you actually end up doing is quite simple, but the experience that users take away from it is fucking excellent. I want the castle. I don't think we've gotten any other new stickers yet. Oh yeah, no, Blue Doom, it absolutely results in people becoming invested. The problem is, like, one, how do you deliver that kind of experience without killing your team? Two, how do you make it so that everybody has a good time? I'm a Blackout Club fanatic, but I also acknowledge the fact that due to the connection I ended up having with the team and what I got up to, I was very, very lucky, you know what I mean? Like, loads of people played the Blackout Club, and not everybody got to have as good an experience as I did. Like, I completely acknowledge that. I got real fucking lucky. Oh, you see the kit as well. Okay, so Blue Doom, the Blackout Club was kind of unknown. It flew under the radar in a lot of people's setup because they didn't advertise its big hook, right? And the big hook was, while it looked like a co-op stealth game, and it was, like, you and your friends basically play like kids in peril. Side storage is fine. You know what? Fuck it. We can make more repair party. Let's get this whole place looking nice. You and your friends are kids in the town of Redacre, and every night, for some reason, all the grown-ups of Redacre get up and sleepwalk, and they seem to be building something, right? It was kind of an asymmetrical co-op game, but instead of it being against another player, it was this enemy who could be someone called the Shape, this unstoppable, like, stalky Terminator type enemy. Great fun. In actuality, it was a live, almost LARP-like game, where live actors would come into the scene, and these live actors would give you pieces of lore, or fuck with you, or just genuinely have a good time. Lots of story, lots of exposition and things like that came through, and it was fucking inspired. The only problem it really had was the fact of unless you were part of the core experience, it was very hard to get into that story. Like, you had to be there from day one, or... Sorry. So, it did kind of have the LARP problem of if people aren't directly involved with the core story, they're just not going to be having as good a time as people who are. Blue Doom, it was in-game, and the interactions were with live actors. Later on, seriously, we would find out that the actors was the fucking cast of Crit Role. So, that messed with a lot of us, not gonna lie. I definitely cried in front of... also, Ashley Birch was in it. I definitely cried in front of Ashley Birch, and I was there for when Matt Mercer didn't make it. Sorry, rearranging all my goodies. Now, the Blackout Club was exceptional, no doubt, but it did have a few problems. And those came from things like, one, the story was kind of like broken up piecemeal and told to members of the Blackout Club, and the idea was that users were supposed to share this info, but sometimes users would say nothing. They'd have an incredible experience and then, like, just keep it to themselves, which they're entirely allowed to do, but when you think about it, that means that story beat has kind of stalled. Once users became aware that the gods were active in the world, it was very hard to get people to not... what's the term? To not just seek out the gods and nothing else. And while a lot of players did kind of half LARP, some players would go a little bit too far in the other direction and make it all about gaining the attention of the story beats. Oh yeah, no, Megalyn, the settings in this game are fucking incredible. And there are gameplay settings that make it so it's just a walking sim and not a survivor game. Sorry, I've raved about this a whole bunch, but I fucking love this game. And the other thing, Blue Doom, is that some of the early features, there was a feature system called prayers, where you would send a light of prayer to a god, and the god would basically send you a message back. But the amount of time it took to respond to a lot of those was too much. And the other flip side was during lockdown, because the actors involved were SAG, they couldn't utilize them in the same way they could staff members, so they had to switch to more pre-recorded messages as big story beats. Now, they shifted the story into what became known as like the Quiet War, but that way people were getting a lot of messages hidden in the world, text messages from like unknown characters and things like that. But it was a different experience. Yeah, no, Blue Doom. And the hook was they didn't advertise it as a... Actually, I'm going to get another vacuum. They didn't advertise it as a live interaction game. They hid that, which was a smart idea in terms of, you know, not having 10,000 people desperately trying to get Matthew Mercer's attention. But on the flip side, it meant that the main hook was hidden, and sometimes basing your experience around a thing people don't know, around something that's a big surprise, can be very difficult. But yeah, you're not wrong at all. The LARP problems that it encountered were very pronounced. Now, it was fucking brilliant, and like I said, I got the mark of my god tattooed on my arm when I became one of the chosen. And it was fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Yes, I am organising my inventory. I don't know what you talk about. No, I talk about. Actually, so big food is 12, healing pack is 50. Yeah, we want those. Big food's kind of a take it or leave it. But yeah, so Blue Doom, the reason why we end up talking about this is, one, because we were involved in the Blackout Club, it's something that's very important to us. But also because, like, I think that is where users wish to see video games moving towards. If I'm not trying to infer supreme knowledge or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. We've got loads of burnt orange. You know what, I'm going to leave our main door janky, but this one, I need this to be a little bit brighter. There we go. I've got me power straps. These problems that, as they arise and as we solve them, I think will enable us to make better games. Because, yo, the amount of time I have spent talking to people about Evermore, I've never been, but as a thought exercise, Evermore is the most fucking fascinating design problem. You know, I don't envy the people that and just in case, I'm sure you all know about it already, but just in case, if you've not heard of it, Evermore was the first attempt at basically a LARP theme park, and it was interesting, for sure. Alright, that's going to consume my time next time we play this. It also suffered from the plague, but also from quite a few design challenges that appeared just from the very nature of putting users into a LARP environment. Yeah. Blue Doom was saying running plot threads that everyone can participate in or come with to halfway is a monumental task. Yes. Like in the UK, we have the Lorien Trust, which is like the big LARP system, and Empire. And what they tend to do is, like, because it's as much volunteers as paid people, you know, guild leaders take on an NPC role. So you have, like, the factions will have their plot, and there'll be one big plot, which usually boils down to, aha! There's a big bad! Fuck him up! But, that's how they've been able to solve that one. That the more personal plot lines are run within your faction, but that also has the conceit of, if you become a high enough person inside a faction, you become an NPC, which means you get cool abilities, but you are under the constraint of the story. So you can't run off and fight the big bad unless you're allowed to. You know, you can't go and shank the Demon Lord Twafase in the back on the quiet using your cool NPC powers, because it's player-led, and you have to take like a half step back from that. And yeah, you know, fighting a BBEG is always a fun way to bring everyone together. The problem the Lorien Trust suffered was basically like a yearly version of Monster of the Week. You know, each bad guy had to be newer and badder than the last, and 12 knows what they did. Yeah. Sorry, it was a term a previous partner and I used to use to refer to someone as a twat face. Twafase. We thought we were very clever and funny. Ooh. We don't have to construct seat racks. I love that for us. I'm going to put it on the other side though. So the right side is kind of storage side. Left side's going to be nonsense and chaos. Hookshot says they love this sort of dynamic overlord vibe from Sea of Thieves. Yes, and I think that would be incredible to do, but very difficult. But that's an environment that could use it. It struck me that currently Sea of Thieves is almost on a... Sea of Thieves feels like it's almost on a little bit of a hiatus right now. Alright, so that costs 2. That costs 1.5. And we need this one so we can get the... Yeah, we need this one so that we can get the roof rack, which is where all the good, cool ghost-busting items go in. Right, so yeah, so this side... items and goodies, so we can put 2 more storage there, and then this side, I don't know. I can put a fuel tank there, or what have you. Oh, thank you! It smells so good. Oh, I got my soup of rice. Thank you. Maybe I forgot to eat today, except for that muffin, which is probably not smart, but it probably shows you how much I love this fucking game. Okay. Oh no, so Blue Doom, I didn't think anything that the Lorien Trust does was unique per se. Like I was telling you some fucking genius shit that only I knew about. But more just the case of, these are the things that I've encountered. But in terms of video games, it's much harder to do. Okay. Let's see if we can build some other stuff for now. That's the EMP pulse emitter. The lightning rod we can't make yet. The side fuel tank we could, but I don't know if we need to. Fuel's not been our big problem, like lightning has. Oh shit, we can get the roof rack. Brilliant. Love it. Oh, sorry, jumping back. That was the thing I was wanted to touch on, is I think Sea of Thieves could definitely benefit from something resembling like live service fuckery. Because last year when we were playing like Sea of Thieves, there was a new story mission like every month or so. And what I noticed was that we were really not short on cool shit to do. Currently with Sea of Thieves, we're getting to the point where it's like, I enjoy the experience. My god, I love the experience. And we're definitely becoming a threat. But narratively, there isn't really anything for the Sea of Thieves to offer us. And that's not a diss on Rare. They're basically hitting upon the narrative problem, right? Like, to create the kind of content they need to keep people about. Let's get on the front first. There we go. To create the kind of content they need to, their current model is too difficult. I'm trying to think of the better way to phrase it. Oh, I don't have energy enough to be doing anything right now. Fred says, also, nobody wants to make the level of narrative commitment it would take to make something like that happen. It's not easy. There's also something that game teams do not want to do. Oh, we can build loads of side storage, so do, I guess, 2 of these. Got 1 for here. And we'll be able to deconstruct these later, so they're not complete waste. But the idea of creating something for a game that then doesn't get used... Oh! Speaking of not getting used, it turns out these really are only from the sides. Huh. I wonder if we can paint these. But that's something that a lot of live service games are already suffering from. See, Sea of Thieves, the little, like, intermittent story missions, which have been evolving the Sea of Thieves, are fucking brilliant, but they can't be replayed. So that means all the audio and implementation for them, that's work that doesn't get reused. And maybe it could in the future, but as it currently stands, they're just standalone events, which are great for bringing people in, but, like, if I tell you about the Sea of Thieves events, and you go, wow, fuck, I would have loved to have gone on a Megalodon hunt, and then faced the Ghost Meg. And I'm like, oh, I know, but you fucking can't. Like, that's not fun. The Blackout Club definitely suffered from the fact that unless you were prepared to go for a fucking story deep dive, if you got into the Blackout Club in its final year, oh my god, it's confusing. One of these days, Blue Doom, we'll see it in the wild. We'll see it in the wild and we'll fucking get it. Okay. Aside from the doors open, the car's up to snuff. It's telling me to check the friendly dumpster again. Alright. Colossal Blue! Yes! I don't know what it is, but I think the dumpster just gave me something to get rid of the fucking shark. Look at that! Okay, shark fair. Look at that. Swap item. Fuck yeah. Get fucked, shark. Look at that blue. Wait, it's a fucking penguin? This feels personal. This feels fucking personal. You shoot one penguin one time. One time! With caffeine, there was actually a Mavis Beacon driving minigame as well. Fucking hell. Okay. So this is pretty interesting. We've got some border areas down here to head to. And apparently we just can't go there. This whole area is cut off from us. That place is too extreme for us. So we could try heading to one of the nearby junctions. Sadly, the one with... I'm trying to decide if we have the mojo to do to one more run of this. Oh. Because on the one hand, obviously it's a Thursday night, and this is a very quiet time for the Longship, mostly because large swaths of the Longshipians are crit rollers or critters or whatever they're bloody called. So I understand that. And obviously streaming late tanks the metrics. But on the flip side, I fucking love this game. We're having a great conversation. So I really don't want to stop. Yeah, so Blue Doom, I do like the message for you, sir, when new players are given a key part of story information to bring them into the situation. And we're talking about it narratively, not from mechanically. Now, I will say, so far, best new player experience, hands down, is Dystopia Rising. The caravan is fucking brilliant. And is such a great way of bringing everyone together. Like, I'm sure it's not unique, but... Oh yeah! So Blue, sadly I've only been once. That's where Tobias and I made friends. Sorry, forgive me, I'm eating and talking. Tobias was doing character creation with me. And then later on, because I was still green as, I didn't realise I wouldn't be able to get access to coffee. And so, it's like, it's day 2, I'm decaffeinated, and I'm like, fuck, I don't know how I'm going to make it through this. And someone's like, alright, you need to go talk to Jeb, which I didn't realise was Tobias. And so Jeb did the, here's how you learn language in the game. You know, the little book of kittens doing murders. And we had Stoop coffee, and it was great. So yeah. Now I think about it, I couldn't tell you at what point I became people friends with Tobias. But that's another story. But no. Organic friendships are fine. And sometimes you don't actually have to have buried a body with people to become close friends. So sorry, friends. Fred says, organic friendships are fine, but artisanal friendships are also good. Hey, best thing I ever got given by one of the shittiest people in the industry was my friendship with Fred. That was definitely artisanal, because we were kind of thrust at each other. Lol. And you can never predict when you're going to end up super friends with somebody. Okay. Spontaneous friendships are super great. And, you know, to quote Mega Ran, sometimes you spend a weekend with somebody and that is a friendship that lasts a lifetime. It's one of the things I do love from the con scene. The understanding that you could be incredible friends with somebody and you only see them like once every few years. Oh yeah, sorry, I was making sure this doesn't buzz. There we go. Sorry about that. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. Let's scan a couple of areas before we bring our adventures to a close, because I'm really enjoying the conversation. So that way we can tip off these two parts of the map. I will come back around to it. Like, I'm not entirely sure how the scanning system works just yet, but we've not been to the question mark areas, right? Okay, so this one is heavy fog. What's this one? Malfunctioning mess. No, thank you. Although, Blue Doom, there is one thing that we haven't discussed that does happen in LARPs that no one ever really wants to talk about, that you can make great friends with somebody's character, and outside of that, got nothing in common. You spat my dinner out. Sorry. Sturdy Kiwi said, Heavy Fog is a sequel to Heavy Rain. Be proud of yourself on that one. Okay.
You trying to figure out how to pay me a visit? Don't bother. By regular standards, I'm about 10 miles west of you. In zone terms, consider me on another planet. There's a valley of perpetual instability enclosing my corner of the zone, and yes, I chose to live here for that exact reason. Leave an old woman in peace.
It was so wild, Blue Doom, because there was a fellow LARPer who worked just up the road from me when I was in London, when I was working at the film and television company. And lovely person. In LARP, we were like thick as thieves. Out of LARP, nothing in common. To the point of awkwardness. And I should say, that's not a diss on them by any means. It's more the case of they were definitely those individuals that experience life through play, which is fucking cool. It's fine, like no hate. But what's interesting about that is that I don't know. You see somebody at their core during those experiences, and if you yourself are somebody who's quite like outgoing, it can be really difficult because it's like you know what's there, you know what's at the core of their personage, and that you definitely get on if they could just express themselves like they do. But that is another story entirely. Okay. So as I'm enjoying the company and the conversation, friends, I'm going to go for one more little jaunt. Just one more run. A round trip. And I promise, Blue Doom, I'm not actively trying to sabotage your projects for the day. I promise. Okay. So it's heavy fog. I don't know what malfunctioning mess is, and I don't like it, but we're going here. Basically, it's trying to map all of these little segments. Because later on, we'll have enough resources, and we'll just have to start heading into the scary bits. Which I guess is very evocative of my playthrough of Subnautica. Ooh, we got a recharge station here. Ooh, and a lot of goodies. Yeah, we can make this work. Oh, I forgot to fix the fucking... I forgot to fix the hood. I knew there was something I was remembering to do. Oh well. Can't see shit with the fog lights on. And yeah, one thing I try and be, at least for games industry friendos, is someone outside of their immediate work or personal circles that can kind of, I wouldn't say confirm biases, that can acknowledge the bizarreness of it all, you know what I mean? Lizzie, no! I'm full of food! So, question. If a user is bullying you in this Twitch.television, you go to a moderator. You know, if you're having problems on the Discord, the moderators are there. Where do I go if I'm getting bullied, huh? Huh? Where do I go? Oh, I'm so full of food. Lizzie's making me dab and I'm full of food. Wow, not even an ounce of sympathy there. You'll live. Shouldn't you be watching Matt Mercer doing Matt Mercer things right now instead of bullying me? I mean, check out my new t-shirts. Very fancy. Oh, I really don't. Thank you, Lizzie. Oh, I want you to know that wasn't just a dab. That was a belly full of that was a belly full of spam fried rice. Just having a little jiggle. Putting the admin in admit defeat. Oh. Moose says the course of action is you complain to the other moderators Because they could use a laugh. Silent Hill fuck is this? Oh, fuck you guys. Oh, I hate that for us. Good news is I can park the car in here, and this makes the car, for all intents and purposes, unstoppable. But I still have to deal with those fucking mannequins. Alright, I've got an idea. Ha-ha! I'm a fucking genius! I am so smart. I am so smart. Cold ankles. I'd say I'm a professional piss artist. But, I despise the dabbing with my whole heart, but I'm a man of my word. Alright. Well, as I've managed to clear this place out, might as well strip mine the cars. Ooh, fearless. That sounds lovely. No, Fiona made stir-fried rice for us, and I think I got spam musubi style, and Fiona had something else, I'm guessing. Welcome to the culinary jealousy stream. Yo, Blue, I don't know if you've been on a stream while Relu's been flexing on the rest of us, but yeah, we're well versed in culinary jealousy. Oh, that was it. I was going to go and grab the I was going to go and grab the little mini gas canister, because I think that's out gas. And while we shouldn't need it, we might as well stock it up for future events. Oh, look at these fucking wankers trying to get in my fucking car. Joke's on you wankers, I know how to deal with you now. Get it, fork! Woo! I could have sworn I saw some crystal come out of them. Yeah! Thermo scrap crystal. Is that a twitching wreck? It is! The wriggling wreck! What does it do? It's a trap. It's a goddamn trap. This place is learning how to place ambushes. Then you know what? I'm going to leave it the fuck alone. No, Blue Doom, it certainly does sound that way. Alright. Now we know how to deal with the fucking weeping angels. This is a game changer. game changer. Ice Cream, I have no fucking clue what the wreck does. According to its description, it's a trap. And I hate that for us. God, now if we can find out how to deal with the winch wankers, I'll be on to a winner. Am I sure it's a trap? You're just trying to get me to go poke the damn thing, aren't you? Will, you know what? You're over worrying. It's fine. It's fine. There's nothing you need to concern yourself with. Don't even worry about it. Spoiler, Will would proceed to worry about it. Okay. I'll admit I was expecting much worse. Oh yes, we were going to get some more fuel. The one downside of the good conversation is I get increasingly... Oh no, that's all set. Love to see that for us. Alright. Alright, so we are here. We essentially want to head up the hill and hoover up these three as best we can. Oh no, so So Vern, the hood is working, it's just the car has developed a quirk where whenever I put it into reverse, it pops the hood for a second. What I need to do is head up to about here, grab that, grab that, grab that. What I need to do is when we're back at base, I need to diagnose that quirk and fix it. Then we'll be on to a winner. But this fucking early morning night fog. The good news is though is that we can now mount the battery charger to the roof rack. Alright. And somehow, we're going to find out what does that. Oh, is it the windscreen wipers? No. Worth a shot. So, let me turn the car on? Nope. At some point, friends, I'm going to work out what that fucking does. Okay. So, down here... Well, down here there's a lot of things. Somewhere down here, it's going to be the shiny goodies. I see one. So hold that thought, dear friends. And you're right, it does require me to get shocked into oblivion, but like so far that is something that could possibly help. Because honestly, like right now, outside of making more items, we have no way to recharge the car. I mean, I guess areas like this are fine because... Damn, this is smooth. Areas like this are fine because we have a car repair station. Sorry, Vern Flo is asking, so Will, is Pacific Drive an immersive sim? Why you like this? So where's the fucking car? Firstly, everything's an immersive sim if you squint hard enough. One. Celebrate with some beans. Let's go get number 2. Everything's an immersive sim if you put your computer in the tub. Be the last video game you ever need to play. So don't even worry about it. Fuck. Sir! Sir, that is not how liquid cooling works. Ooh! Spicy little wankers. Every time I see those, my brain immediately goes, don't you fucking ruin Mother's Day again! Fucking bastards! Okay, car's actually doing surprisingly well, so... Fancy goodies. Sorry, Moose just causing chaos saying, but continuing down the fire! Alright, nothing else matters. We now have flaming decals. Let's go, baby. Moose was messing with me by asking, is Pacific Drive the Dark Souls of walking sims? And I was about to respond in kind, but then I found flaming decals, and honestly nothing else matters at that point. Still haven't worked out what's causing the cab light to turn on. So I don't know. Keep an eye out, friends. If you notice something, let me know, because I can't work it out. Blue Doom with, depending on what the car model is, it could be considered dodge rolling. Come into my chat on this, the day of my guinea pig's wedding, and this is how you treat me. God, this one's spooky as shit. Well, there's not enough of the tourists to really worry about. But... Oh, fuck you, mate! Right fucking behind me. Bastards, the lot of them, I tell you. Whoop. Eat that for us. Not as stressful as some of the video games I play, but I've got to admit, this game is not relaxing. Right, there's the road. There's the car. We opened the boot. I don't remember opening the boot. Ow! Fuck. Bash myself in the head. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. Alright. So we head back down the road. Recharge. And honestly, considering how easy one of those is, where do we have to be? Okay, so head back down the road once we get the recharging station. We can make a move. Like, fuck. Ah, yes, you're right. I did open it when I got flame decals because nothing else is as cool as flame decals. I'm sorry, you know I love you all, but you have been upstaged by my car. Blue dude with an argue. Flame decals aren't cool. They're hot because they're fire. I'm trying to survive in the Pacific Northwest right now. Alright? And I feel my contributions aren't being taken seriously. It's very foggy. I'm very lost. And oh shit, bed. No! Bastards! You see that? Alright. Okay. Let's get the fuck out of here. So it seems the whole point of those buggers is that basically you get close to them, they start to wibble, and they put a trap around you. Don't like that. My arm is not fucking around. I don't know if we're going to be able to work out where to go, though. It's so subtle. If only the heavens would give us a sign! Feckin' way! There we go. Alrighty. Not a massive ball.
No, that thing you saw was not Bigfoot. Never was, never will be. Don't let Tobias and Francis fill your head with that nonsense.
Okay, friends. So I think this is a good place to bring our adventures to a close. The company and the conversation has been excellent. This game is fucking brilliant. And for as long as you lot will put up with me playing this, I'll be doing this on Thursdays. I'm extremely grateful. Alright? Zavara, no, this game is absolutely brilliant. And just a quick reminder, in case this is your first time seeing this or what have you, you can absolutely tweak the gameplay. If you want this to just be a driving experience with... Oh, hello there. Just get the pee-pee out of me. If you want this to be a driving experience and a story game, it can be. If you want to play it like in its rawest form like we are, that's absolutely valid, right? Regardless, I'm having the best fucking time with it. Alright. Right. Oh shit, tomorrow's Friday. I get my pirates together for some Sea of Thieves. We still don't have an official plan on Saturday, but I want to inflict Indie Game the Movie upon all of you. So, I don't know what form that's going to take, but probably some drunken Discord watching. As for the rest of Saturday, who knows? Who knows? Right, I need to say my thank yous. Again, sorry. God, I try not to... Sometimes you get into a rhythm about speeches and whatnot. I was about to, I guess, be very formulaic in sorts. The fax machine is interrupting me. Damn. I know what Liam did. Be pissing people off. This has been a very particularly challenging month, I will not lie. And the consistent part of it, the thing I get to look forward to, is hanging out with you all here and doing this. Pacific Drive is a game I've been looking forward to for years now, and it is everything I hoped it would be, and a little bit more. You have all been wonderful in terms of company and conversation, and yeah, you lot have chucked in so much over the years to keep us going. That's the thing I always want to dwell on more than anything else, is how lucky I am that I get to do this, and how lucky I am to have you lot keeping me here, right? So, to that, 1 million thank you, okay? And to that end, I must thank the following people specifically. Oh, well, the credits start to roll. So yeah, Megalyn, what's so wrong with Bigfoot in a world where weeping angels and murder cars exist? But whether you were gifted a sub by the Hunters of House Carl or celebrating Esprits, I'd like to thank Soviet Biscardi, Shaker Maker, and Dev Ursi. Fucking damn it. To Akira Zero, Favor 6 Errorman, the head librarian of mystery, a gear graphic, Pixel May Unbreaking, Scotty Doggy, Bacon Avenger, Dust in Your Eyes, Bandbeast, and J-Post. Donations and bits are what keep a roof over our head and keeps this going, so fucking thank you. And your moderators this evening was a trifecta of Caffeine, Lizzie T. Power, and Rhymes with Moose. And yeah, what a lovely fucking night. So let's see who we've got kicking about.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey! Yeah, well, and Vernflow, not only did you sneak that past me, because I would have completely missed that, but also, that's your 12 months. That's the final form of the Longship. Okay. Bear with me just a second, friends, because there's loads of friendos streaming right now, and I want to make sure that they're still going. Ah, okay. Alright, so I got 3 choices for you, friends. Yeah, well, Blue Doom, I'm sorry that I sabotaged your productivity, but the conversations were lovely. And again, if you ever need to bounce ideas off of our little squad, well, we obviously don't have the same experience running LARPs and things like that. The one thing the Longship is very good at is being a sounding board. So I've got a choice as to where we can head next, dear friends. So, I've got some friendos who are playing Pal World, who are very early on and doing cute shit. One friendo is also playing Pacific Drive and is right at the beginning. And one friendo is playing Patapon, which might be one of the most earworm games to exist. Patapon's the PSP rhythm game that goes patapon, patapon. It's like a strategy rhythm game designed to incept a tune into your mind. Ah, Blue Doom. Well done. So what strikes your fancy, dear friends? And Verdant, it is nay worry. Okay, well, Blue Doom, then have yourself a lovely rest of your evening. Well, I tell you what. The friendo playing Pacific Drive only has a couple of people hanging out. And they're right at the beginning. So I figure let's go say hi howdy. Let's go say hi howdy. One of the challenges when streaming is picking who to raid. Because we're spoiled for people. But... friends, this has been an absolutely lovely day. And seriously, I hope you have an excellent rest of your evening, alright? I am going to try and be vaguely productive, and then I'm going to get drunk in the bath, I think is what I'm going to do tonight. I know, it's so exciting. Alright, so friends, I will see you tomorrow for rampant piracy and good times. Whatever you do with your evening, I hope it is splendid. And I hope you will join me in going to go say hi howdy to Lance and Jin, which is Lance Icarus plus Jin. Alright, friends. Onward!